How's everybody doing? Let's see if I can hear myself there. There we go. We'll leave the music there. How's everybody doing today? I hope everybody's doing well. Not drugs, Ash. Actual business. I stay vague on that, just because I stay vague on the way that I do business and where I do business for mostly just reasons of keeping everything simple. I try to keep the professional and the personal as separate as I can. You don't trust me? No, it's not a matter of that. It's just, I try to keep the professional and the personal separate, and even the personal, to some extent, is separated for, privacy's sake. I've never understood the fascination with everybody wanting to put everything about their lives out on the internet. I enjoy telling stories that are anecdotal and yet relevant to the topic that we're talking about, and so there are pieces of me that will come out in conversation, but I'm not keen on taking pictures of my food, for example. One moment. That's why I kind of took my footprint offline, so to speak. Yeah, there's nothing wrong. The thing about it is, you're going to have... How do I want to say this? The world isn't as reciprocitous as we might hope it would be. And just because you might be good and have good intention doesn't mean that the people that are absorbing this information will also be that way, or will afford you any sense of courtesy. So it's why I choose to tell the stories that I tell anecdotally and as they are relevant to the circumstance, and they don't compromise anything. At least I don't feel like they do. He doesn't trust you with his drugs. It's like he doesn't even know you. It isn't unwise. I don't think it's unwise. So I kind of view this... Let me see if I can liken it to something. Again, I've said this before. A long time ago, there were these... You would listen to the radio, or you'd listen to... and I listened to a few. But you'd listen to these radio dramas, almost. And they were stories where... You would get to hear actors or an actor or someone basically read these radio dramas off, and you were enveloped in the story of that. I like the idea of taking that a step further. There are pieces of me that are unavoidably put into them because I am me, but at the end of the day, it's basically the interactive radio drama. The scenario is the game we play, the changes, the requests and such that are made are fully interactive, in the moment. I couldn't say, you'd say you have the radio drama, and if it were a horror, you'd say, well, don't go in there. Obviously, they're going to do whatever. But in your case, you can actually say, don't go in there, and I'll be like, okay, all right, where do I go? And if we're both kind of navigating that mystery together, if we're all kind of navigating that mystery together, I think there's something quite nice about that. I've decided that whenever I do make a new channel, you won't see me or my face. That's fair. And there are a lot of good reasons to do that. Some reasons are, you want to maintain privacy. Some reasons are, for me, at least for this channel, I have no problem with showing my face. But this channel isn't about me or my face. It is about the experience. It's about the room. It's about all of us. So it isn't fair for me to show my face where everyone else can't, kind of in that way. Our voices are heard differently, but they are still both all, whatever might be the case, however many might be there, they're all still all heard. So that's kind of my thought. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all for that. I think it's kind of a weird topic, and we don't talk about it a lot, ironically, despite the fact that we are on it. But the internet is such a difficult to navigate landscape. I don't think a lot of people could do without it. I know occupationally I could not. In other cases and scenarios, yes, absolutely, I would have no issue. But occupationally now, it's become requisite, right? Kind of like cell phones. I did not want a cell phone when cell phones started to become, I had cell phones back in the old Nokia days and such. We had the big brick ones, but then when smartphones started coming out, I was like, I don't want, call me at my home phone, here's my number. And it was insisted upon that at that time, oh, no, you need a smartphone. You need we need this from you. And so I actually, and they didn't provide it. Smartphones had just barely come out. And I was working in a tech industry, and in an industry where I was meant to demonstrate what phones did, but I could do that without owning one. I could learn about them and demonstrate them, and it's kind of like having a great knowledge of history. I didn't have to live then. I can still speak to it intelligently, though. And but that was insistent. And so that was where my first smartphone came out. It was the very beginnings of smartphones, and it was insisted that I have one, and it was not provided. And nowadays, workplaces will provide you with them if they want you to have them. It's kind of like, So the internet's much the same way. It's kind of being thrust upon us in ways that we shouldn't necessarily have to tolerate. I did it in the past and I didn't like it. I regret it. So moving forward, I'll be as anonymous as possible. No, that's perfectly fair. And your own comfort, by the way, your own comfort is very, very important in these, right? If you're going to be on the internet, you need to be in the arena. You need to build the walls. You need to build the arena, I think. So, it's not worth it if you're not comfortable. It is not worth doing. You need to be careful. You need to be comfortable. You need to make sure that the people that are involved with you are comfortable. If you are, if you're a minor, you need to make sure that your parents are comfortable, right? These are things I highly, highly, highly encourage. It's why my daughter is, only snippets here and there that I'm that don't really betray a ton of information. And of course, she's not nearly as little anymore, but I'm very, very careful about that. And I sympathize, by the way, if any of you happen to be, whether that be now or forthcoming parents, I understand your concern. Guard well your children whilst they have their tablets, iPads, cell phones, because there's no telling what they are being exposed to. Be very careful. How do we know you're not an eldritch Lovecraftian horror unless you show your face? Well, were I an eldritch Lovecraftian horror, the showing of my face could be as fabricated as any other imagery. Some of Lovecraft's stories are very clear about the shape-shifting capacities of their evils, so, But, I don't think I'm any of those things. I don't think those things exist. But you know what? I love them anyway. I love if they did, even if they were evil. Take Retro's word. He's seen me. I think that it's whatever is comfortable for you, right? I don't want to push you to do, if I thought I don't have a problem with it. If you're uncomfortable with it, then I think you should do what you're comfortable with. Like I said, I've said multiple, countless times before. I enjoyed your content. If you want to do it if you were uncomfortable with the way that it was, though, and you want to do something that makes it more comfortable, then absolutely more power to you. You have my full support, of course. I thought your stuff was really, really fun. So that's my personal opinion. I usually say this at the very beginning too, and I won't stop saying this until I'm told otherwise by the individuals, but there are links down below to people that I highly, highly advocate for in terms of entertainment, conversation, people that I have had the opportunity to be friends with, if nothing else, over these, voice channels and such, to have deep conversations with in many cases, and I highly, highly I feel like that we've kind of vetted each other. And maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they don't agree, and if that's different, obviously I'll be corrected, but they are, their channels are down below, and Fighting Max, of course, we're kind of on that process now, where we've talked and done a lot. I had trouble, I was on your stream for a bit yesterday, and it froze. I could not post. I could not get back in. I closed the application. I jumped back in, seeing you were still live. So I was talking with you for a bit, and then it froze, and it did not come back live for me before I... Yeah, and I couldn't let you know. It would not let me post. I could not chat in the chat. There was a small gray box that was... now, this is on my phone. But it froze for me, and I could not get it to load. And my internet connection was not having trouble. So, it may have been a phone issue or a YouTube-specific issue. I don't necessarily believe it was your issue, because I believe there were probably other people there. But just so you know where I went to, we were talking, everything was good. It froze, I kept getting the loading wheel. I said, oh, well, no worries. Disconnected, reconnected from the Wi-Fi, connected to my other Wi-Fi channel, tried to get back in, and it just would not let me do that. So, yeah, I don't think it was your issue. I just wanted to let you know where I had gone. I'm thinking it may have been a problem with my YouTube app. I am supposed to update. I did get an update on my phone, so I'm wondering if that was what caused it, because I haven't otherwise really messed with it all that much. So, actually, I'll run the update right now and see if that... I didn't run it yesterday because I was out and about. I needed to at least make sure I could get to the phone part. So I've just got it updated, or I'm doing the update now. We'll see if that fixes it. No, it's not, again, it's not your fault. I just didn't want you to think that I had left at random. So let me catch back up though really quickly. Nothing even happened. I just want to be online less. I want a channel to follow occasional news and watch a couple of streams. That's fair. It's a simple living, and it's a good living too. To be on, I mean, when you're wanting to be online, it's the equivalent of, for me, I guess, the equivalent of not wanting 103,000 channels and nothing to watch. I'd rather have 3 or 4 good channels that I really enjoy the content of. A Bob Ross stream or something like that, and I would take. I literally there was a was it? I can't remember what channel it was, but there was a channel, it was PBS maybe? I don't know. But it would run, when I would, around the prime time, I guess, I'd be home, I'd get home, and it would run, Bob Ross, Star Trek The Next Generation. Of course, those were much newer episodes at the time. Now they're like 30 years old, but they were newer. At the time, certainly. And Xena, Warrior Princess, and like Hercules. It was one channel you could go for kind of like all of this. I would be okay with that one channel and not the rest of the internet, like for a long time. That's me. I'll try and stop. Yeah, he's got some really fun streams, Ash. I mean, obviously whatever's comfortable for you, but I've had fun. It's just dropping in and playing. He's got some really cool games that he's played too. I think it'd be nice. He did the Phoenix Wright, which again I like doing just because I like trying to help solve it. And then this most recent one, I didn't catch what the name of the game was called, but it's kind of like this. It's almost kind of Legend of Zelda layout, with like 16-bit-ish Koroman. Or Koromon, I'm not sure how you say that, where the inflection goes, but it was from what little I saw of it. I saw lots of stuff from it, but from little I could extrapolate from it, my limited capacity, not the streams. The music was nice, and it was in this kind of Final Fantasy, It's pronounced Pokemon. Nintendo IP. I know that. I pronounce it like... I don't know how the difference is. I mean, they're... I pronounce it like Pokemon. Oh, you pronounce Koromon like Pokemon. So, Koromon. Okay, I see. I thought you were poking fun at Ash for not having the... I think there's an accent above the E, right? So it's Poke-A instead of Pokey. Poke-A? I don't know. Pokemon is something that I don't know much about. I'm not going to lie about that. I don't think it's any surprise to anyone. People will say Pokemon for Pokemon. Oh, Pokemon for Pokemon drive me. Yeah, well, I think it's pronounced in the same way because like you have what is it? Poke bowls, right? The dish, the food, and that is poke. But I don't know. Again, I don't speak. It's pronounced Alucard. You know, it's funny though. Talking about Alucard, and I have an acquaintance whose son was named Alucard. But some people put the long sound on the U, so it's Alucard instead of Alucard. Because in Dracula, the U is a U, Dracula, or some people do Dracula, yeah. But anyway, they put the kind of the rolling Hungarian, or the rolling Hungarian, rolling Romanian, which I do have I like to have a slight roll to my R's. In a lot of cases, it's just comfortable for me, but I don't do it that much. Like I just said roll, not roll, you know. But there's some ornamentation to the spoken language, I think, which is nice. Von Beitennecken. It's Alucard von Beitennecken. And he's German. He's a German gentleman. You would never know, but von Beitennecken is actually his occupation and also his last name. His name's too long. Ist bitte groß. As long as he's not French. You know, it's funny. I was recount. Okay, we said history. You say that, but do you know that? So I'm going to say this: the English, obviously, over the course of history, have been a very dominant and domineering force, right? And long live it, depending on how far you want to go back, right? Hey, Viddy, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. Alucard von Beitennecken. He's neckten. Oh, he's backwards. Naxenective von. Good Lord, I can't do it. Benav. Dracula backward. I hate England. Well, there's a fun story, and I can't remember exactly which port of call it was that they were attempting. So English, right, at this point. I want to say it was somewhere in Africa this time. And so anyway, this is England. This is older England, right? England. Now again, some people, depends on how you want to consider it. Some people consider England have started in like the 1000s, the 10, basically 1000s, 1000s in this case. We call it the 1000s. But anyway, and they went. Me and my other half plan to move away from here. Says, oh, sure. Where do you play? My question is, yeah, exactly, Viddy. Where about? Obviously, no specificity, but where about would you prefer be? But while you are pushing that up there, I want to say this interesting piece of history with England, and he wants to move to. That would be ironic, now, wouldn't it? Nowhere planned. Oh, there's no. Okay, I didn't know if you had a list of places that you thought, well, this would be nice, So this is a historical thing. Forgive me if some of the fine details are wrong, because again, it's a history that is, but yeah, you're not a fan of France. That's fair enough. No, that's fair. That's fair. What was I going to say? Oh, so the history is that England goes to, I think it's a place in Africa, with intent to barter trade and eventually, take power, which is something that England was very, very good at. And America has, much like any good prodigy, become really good at that too, maybe to the detriment of everyone. But this case, they sail down there, and the trade that they have in this case are nails, right? Because now we can mass manufacture nails. Back in the day, you had to have a blacksmith hand forge nails, and it was a very tedious process because nails are obviously very small. And so England sails a ship down there. They have a box of these nails, and for trading purposes, whatever. And they begin to start what seems to be fairly amiable bartering system. The people that they are intending to barter with at this point and to work themselves into do not have great and skilled blacksmiths. They're not able to smelt iron at this point. So they start trading nails. Well, they start finding out one of the greatest commodities that these people will offer up for the trade of nails are their women. Their women are happy to offer their bodies for these nails. Let me catch up really quickly before I do this. But does nowhere even exist? What truly is somewhere? Well, Vidi, I'm going to get to you in a second on that. That's kind of the idea. That's the very basic idea of a quantum hyperposition. I think we talked about this. I'll explain that in just a minute. I genuinely have no real issue with France, just the people, especially the French. And what does it mean to move somewhere to nowhere, or to go over there, to over here? Everyone hates English, especially the English. I don't hate England, and I don't hate the English, but at the same time, I don't necessarily agree. I don't agree with Canada a lot of time, or I haven't recently agreed with Canada a lot of the time either. But I think the people are fine. I just don't agree with some of the things that they do over there. I don't agree with a lot of the things we do over here. Just kind of how it goes. French fry. Well, that's an American naming convention for something that's been around for literally ever. French fries? Do you mean thin chips? I think he said what he meant, Ash. But anyway, in the terms of history, these nails are supposed to be traded for the gratifications, let's call it, of the men who are willing to trade them. The women are happy to gratify the men. To satisfy the men's physical needs, in trade for nails that they need to construct their stuff, and so the men start stealing the nails out of the trade box and start using them to barter at the local, let's call them wafer homes. I think that's. I'm not intending condescension. I'm trying to make it bordello. There we go. That's a word that has a little bit more elegance to it without offering condescension to the women who probably did what they felt was necessary. And so they were stealing the nails from the trade ship to go to the bordellos, and they stole so many of them and went through the entire thing. They ran out, and they started pulling the nails that were holding their hammocks up and trading those in. And then when that happened, they started pulling nails out of the planks of the ship, and the captain realizes, the captain, whatever the rank is, but the captain, commodore, whatever, realizes that he may not have a ship if he stays on that port any longer. He has to pull all the men away and sail back, and then the French go in and conquer because apparently they didn't have the same hang-ups. They were like, no big deal. So England almost deconstructed this particular boat. Now, it's not all of England, but almost deconstructed their entire ship because of this. And that's why France got it, is because France didn't have as much interest, I guess, in that at that time. I'm not sure the exact story. Y'all made that up, like fairy floss. What the heck, fairy floss? I think it's a nice name. We call it cotton candy, though, and I think almost anyone would agree cotton candy is kind of what it is, right? It looks and feels like cotton, but it is candy. Of course it's made up. It's crisps. What are you talking about? You're supposed to be on my team. Your descendants are English criminals. It's actually fair. It's actually fairly, not fairy. What do you want? It's fairly floss, kind of, I've never said the words thin chips in my life. We have fries, which are fries like every other country, and then we have chips, which are just bigger. Yeah. We call them over here. They're much more simply called potato wedges. Chips in that case, because we don't call potato chips crisps. There's nomenclature. Never been together. McDonald's fries are think chips, but you can also have something similar to that, and of course, which are chips like the bigger chip. Yeah, it's fairy floss. We call it candy floss. Yeah, that's true. But you gotta say, I mean, it's not really floss, right? You eat it as a well, I don't eat it at all, but when people do eat it, they eat it as almost cotton ball. It's almost as if pulling cotton balls from a greater cotton hole. Fairy floss looks like a big pink ball of soft candy or something. I've never heard of the fairy floss in my life. We call that candy floss, yeah. I don't think I've even had it. Though sometimes I've been walking around amusement parks and stuff, and I've seen people holding fairy floss. I'm diabetic. Don't give me much candy floss. Yeah, I've had it before. I can't obviously eat it. I can't really eat a lot of foods, right? I'm on a very strict. But you got to admit, we call it cotton candy. It does look like cotton. It does feel like cotton. It makes sense. It makes sense. I won't vie for every Americanism, right? I won't necessarily go, like there are things that are said that the nomenclature elsewhere in the world I think is better and more fitting, but I think cotton candy is probably pretty apt for what it is. You strike me as a Jamaican. You're not supposed to have, let's see. This morning, you all are not supposed to have fries, chips, or even fairy candy floss. You are all supposed to respond to this question. Would you like some toast? I cannot. I cannot eat toast. I am an obligate carnivore. So I am pretty exclusively a meat eater. And have been for a great while. So... I can smell toast. Here comes. Oh man, hold on 1 second. You said that. That's what caught me off. I was like, wait, what? Heart attack? What happened? If it's whole grain toast, it's supposed to be better for. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Because things in, it may be. In Australia and England, in America, we can put all kinds of poison in food and pass it off as food nowadays. That is something I'm not really keen on. We are able to put... American food has so many chemicals, and I am not a fan at all of the chemicals. So, again, meat, very simple. I know the ingredient is meat. Oh, my goodness. It's talking toast. That's all right. I have chest pain every day. I'm expecting to see the Grim Reaper show up at any minute. I swear if he's French, we'll be having a brawl. I hope that doesn't happen, and I'm sorry if you are actually having that chest pain. I really, really do hope that there is a remedy for that for you. At least temporary though it may be, I would hope it to be permanent, but something to offer you relief. Scared him tomorrow. Don't mention toast again. The only food we can talk about is fish and chips. Very nice. Ban this creature. Vidi, really quickly, to your point of talking about defining nothing, do you realize that the very basic, and I think we said this before, the very basest version of definition, or of defining a quantum superposition, is to define something by the fact that by what it is not. I'm sorry. So you can't give it exactly what it is. What you can do is define it by what it isn't. Only that which is provably not the case will define that which is. But you can't offer a complete... What it isn't only creates the shape, but it doesn't tell you definitively. So, for example, it's kind of like watching, and I'm going to use paint splotches, right? Throwing the paint splotches on there, black paint splotches on white paper, we can define that it isn't colorful. But we can't yet define the shape. We can't yet define the pattern. We can't yet define. So the idea is that we are defining the thing that is by the things that we can observe that it isn't, but we don't know exactly what it is. We have no clear-cut definition. I will admit, I feel like I have chest pain right now, and about 2 months ago I felt sick, and so did my mother, so I'll probably have, lie down a lot. You should get some rest. I hope you're okay, Vidi. Please do. I mean, I'm always happy to have you here, but please do be well. No, I did not say that. No worries. In the book Charlotte's Web, we have fish and chips, nothing to do with the British people. I was listing things that weren't toast. No, I hope both of you, Viddy and Ash, if you're both having chest pains, I do hope that you find some relief very quickly, very soon. And I hope if it is chest pain too, I hope it's something that's less aggressive. Like, for example, I know people that have, for example, gastroesophageal reflux disease, GERD. Severe chest pain, luckily, generally not life-threatening. Super not good for you, obviously, but not life-threatening, though incredibly unpleasant. And usually bismuth will help settle that. But I hope it's something less intense than more intense, and something easily remedied, and something with not long-reaching complications for the both of you. In the book Charlotte's Web, Lamb said the pig, Wilbur means less than nothing to me, and Wilbur was like, how can he be less than nothing? Nothing is the lowest you can go. Is it? That's a good question. Is nothing the lowest that you can go? Because a black hole is proclaimed to be nothing, and yet a lot of things happen within a black hole. So it can't be nothing, but it can't be defined as something because we don't know what something it would be, except for that it is nothing that we can observe. Were invented by Big John God, a racist Englishman. Goodness. Call John, which one? Hopefully I last. I hope you. Well, with all respect, I hope you're saying that satirically, not literally. I mean, obviously, the nature of existence forward is dying. And remember, time is what scares me, not death. I'm not afraid of the prospect of being dead or not existing. I don't like the process that gets me there. So I'm hoping that that's the only way that you would mean that, is that you are living and therefore progressing in life, which is the state of dying. I do not want anything more drastic. My chest pain is insane. Oh, goodness. Yeah, when I saw that, well, I know what you mean. You're tough. And you are. There's no doubt about that. You shouldn't have to deal with that. I'm a Time Lord like the Doctor, so hopefully when I regenerate, it'll be into an incarnation that is a lot more polite and intellectual than this current form of mine. I don't know, Viddy. I mean, you are, at least in the conversations that we've had, you're both remarkably polite and incredibly intellectual. We've had a great amount of, just the back and forth banter on the philosophics of philosophy in and of itself have been very fun. That's all right. I knew what you meant. I think I'm literally, my pain isn't normal. Happy talk. I should hope that you might find someone to give you a hand. It's what, 8:30, almost 8:40 there. Yeah. Just another path that we all must take. That's very, very, very well said. I've also been lifting weight like a nutcase, which it's good to do that, but it's not good to push yourself beyond your boundaries, because beyond your hard boundaries, let's say, right? So you look at that, and Viddy is very kind in offering. And again, I do wish you a great and quick, speedy recovery. I need to start exercising regularly. I do exercise Monday through Friday. I exercise every morning before work, and then I take the weekends off. And then even when I travel, I take some stuff with me so that I can exercise. So, or I'll use their gym if I'm in a hotel that has a nice gym. I'll use their gym. I've been doing it now for I guess 8 months, pretty consistently. I feel really good. So I'm still big, but I'm differently big, and it's a good way, and I like that. So I don't think I've ever been this kind of amorphous, fat guy, but I was definitely hefty in a way that wasn't good, and now I'm hefty in a way that's perhaps better. It may not still be good, but well, at least my current Time Lord form does not call a dissenting opinion a lie. Yep, one of those people. Oh, yeah. That's what happens. I need to stop listening to metal and fast-paced techno music when I exercise. It really probably does. I could probably hit a gym. It's good for you if you're comfortable. And as you get older, your metabolism tends to slow down a little bit. So it never hurts to give it a little extra help by kicking it up manually. I should pop on some Inya and jog around. Nice. I got dumbbells at home with bands and stuff, and there's a free council-paid outdoor gym a few minutes from home. That's really nice. That's really nice. We don't have anything like that. We have to buy our own. I have adjustable dumbbells, and then I have a Bowflex for resistance training, but I use the dumbbells more than anything. And you would actually be a good exercise back. Yeah. But he doesn't work out. He takes steroids. Looks like an Australian Brock Lesnar. At least you're sailing away. Brock Lesnar was a professional wrestler, I believe. Just absolutely huge. Metabolism. Metallica's great, though, too. It's too cold right now to jog. It may be too cold to jog outside, but it's never too cold to jog in place in a comfortable room. There's my younger brother. He's been doing the same thing to try to take care of himself, right? And he's a very, very smart person as well, but he only decided to kind of start kicking everything into gear, physical. He just really was putting a hand to the I mean, he's always tried to stay that way, and then he kind of, we just all got busy, and that was kind of his thing too. And then he was sharing tips with me. He's in his early 30s, and he's and he shared with me these. You have this jump rope, but it doesn't have the rope. So if you want to do it inside, you still get the rhythm and the feel and the forearm workout and the cardio. But the rope isn't. You're not going to run the risk of the rope tangling into your ceiling fan. And it's kind of cool. It may seem completely pointless. Yes, you might be able to just go do it yourself, but apparently the little weights on the end of them also do a really good job of helping to work out that forearm, like actually jumping rope would do. And I kind of think that's a really smart idea. He sent me pictures. I think I'm going to get some. I'm not that well versed in wrestling. I'm not either, except for that he was supposed to have been a genetic beast. So UFC. Oh, UFC. Yeah. He did do that. It's about 38 Celsius. Anyone want to come for a summer visit? I am happy having less sunlight and more cold. That is my preference. I don't have a ton of it, but I do have some. If I ever get back into a WWE game, I'm going to create us all in. Oh, that would be such a cool. You know what? WWE. Again, I'm not huge into wrestling, but I thought I do enjoy some of the video games and such. WWE All Stars was really fun in that way. For the Xbox 360 and the PS3, I think it was. WWF No Mercy, yeah. I have that one for the 64, I think it was. I'm going to be a short and skinny lad. Hey, that's all right, though. I was not naturally a thin person. I was naturally a very... a lot of people say, oh, well, it's always calories in, calories out. And that to some extent, that's true, right? Obviously. But you do have a natural disposition towards being able to retain certain things. Like... the way that your musculature is fast twitch versus slow twitch, and long head versus short head of a particular muscle having specific shapes. Those are, So I was not. I'm average height, but I'm inclined towards being my shoulders. For a good example, my shoulders are a 90-degree angle from my neck. They always have been. They always will be. The N64 wrestling games are great. All Stars is great. Yes, it's really fun. I rarely see spiders, so I'll be fine to shoot you. I'm kind of short and skinny. Nice, all right. How tall are you guys? 5 foot something. 5'5" fighting max. Okay, fair enough. Very nice. 160 centimeters. Or a bit more than that. 160. Max, are you saying you think that that Vidi is 165 centimeters? Or are you saying you are 165 centimeters? Last time I officially knew I was 5'11", so unless my back is gone, I'm still, yeah. That's, there we are. Max is taller than me by 5 centimeters. No, I'm too. No, it's okay. There's no problem with being. There's no problem with being shorter. 5'11". Yeah, I'm 5 foot. I'm like 5'9.5" or something, like 5'9", 5'9.5", something like that. So I'm not. I'm not a super tall guy. I'm not a super short guy. I'm, you know, again, I'm 5'9", 5'9.5", and I'm a big, like a stocky guy. So I'm just, you know, I'm just kind of there. I'm okay with that. Yeah, there's no such thing as too short, though, unless you're unhappy with it, Viddy. But I mean, like, your height doesn't make you better or worse. It can make certain things more or less convenient for you. But so long as you can do everything that you do in a day comfortably, I think that's fine. Yeah, don't even think about your height. Yeah, it was morbid curiosity, and you know, it's fine. But yeah, I think I'm 5'9", 5'9.5", something like that. Something like that. And you know, and I've got a lot of my friends. You know, my younger brother, he's 5'10". A lot of my friends are like 6'2". You know, I've got one that's like 6'3", one 6'2". But it's like, you know, it doesn't matter. It's just kind of, it's where you're looking. You know. Well, it does mean something if a scientist shrinking ray shrinks you down and you cannot even reach this computer. That would be a shame. That's a different story, though. Yeah, so long as you can do everything that you need to do in a day without being majorly inconvenienced, don't worry about your height. It's not a. I think that's not a big factor. What is the average? Yeah, 5'8", I think, is the world average. Let me push this button. Uh-oh. Hold on 1 second. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. I was trying to... I had to hook some stuff up and unhook some stuff, and it was all a big mess. Sorry about that. Let's see if I can make this a little nicer here. Okay. I'll talk over this for just now. it works. Okay, let me catch up with everybody else's stuff here for a second. The silence got him. Yeah, no, it wasn't you. I was unhooking and connecting stuff, reconnecting stuff. It was me. Sorry. The mic I took off. I turned the mic off so you wouldn't hear me rumbling and rustling around. He got caught by the IRS finally. IRS is terrible. On the toilet all day. Yeah, the Internal Revenue Service. That'll give you stomach. How many times do I have to tell you stomach? Stop retro and get us grilled bread products. Stop giving. Yes. Why can't? That's all right. Because the guy keeps on fighting over English and American English, yeah? IRS was also 80s, 90s wrestler. Oh, I didn't know that. Huh. This tier maker stream rather than a hat in time, I'm leaving. That kid. Holy Symphony of the Night. Goodbye. Symphony of the Night's good. I'll give my thoughts on this in a minute. Yes, a hat in time we will do though. I have one. Wise choice. And the tier list is not about toast? Bad idea. Choice. Nor is it about Doctor Who? Nah, it's choose, not choice. What are you all talking about? Fair enough. I thought this would be fun. I thought it'd be nice. So I did a while back. I had a lot of toast as S tier. Retro's viewer tier list. That would be an unfortunate thing for me to have to. That'd be putting me in a very unenviable position. Literally everything else F tier. I thought it'd be fun. I did a tier list a long time ago, a decent amount of time ago, where I was ranked all of the Star Wars stuff, the shows. Everybody kind of seems to like my opinion, or not necessarily like my opinion, but go to me for opinions when it comes to Star Wars. But I'm also a big Castlevania fan. I'm a huge Castlevania fan. Original as the Doctor, S tier. All other incarnations, F tier. I don't know. David Tennant's pretty darn good. I mean, I would love if I were the Doctor, but good lord, David Tennant's version, yeah, I like it a lot. I like his. He did the special episode. I'm trying to think of what it was called, but anyway, yeah, it's like But does Doctor Who does the Doctor actually have a Doctor Who actually have a doctorate? That's a good question. And if so, what is it in? Confirmed. Retro is a David Tennant incarnation Doctor Who stand. Yeah, David Tennant's is my favorite version. But specifically is the 10th. Not he did fine. I mean, he did a great job. I didn't like the writing in some of the way that they wrote some of his lines in the new, come back into it. I didn't like that, but you guys ever wonder why no one knows the Doctor's name? They're always confused on who it is. Yeah, David Tennant's version is definitely my favorite. What I was saying is I did a tier list a while back where I did Star Wars shows. I was rating Star Wars. Everybody seems to come to me for an opinion on Star Wars because I've done Star Wars for so long and done so many Star Wars things that, I guess people just kind of like to hear what I think on it. What people may or may not know is that I'm also a humongous Castlevania fan. And if you want good Castlevania content, by the way, I have Omega Ace Gaming's stuff down below. Go check his stuff out because he does some great. He's playing Castlevania right now. I believe he's playing Curse of Darkness. I have to double check. I was watching him yesterday, but again, I was having trouble with YouTube. I tried to watch him yesterday, but I was having trouble with YouTube, I guess. The same issue probably, or similar issue to what I was having with you. So I couldn't actually get his to load up either. But he's playing through, I believe it's Curse of Darkness he's playing through. And I would heavily recommend checking his stuff out. He also does, I think he says I think he's on record now as having said that this is the thing he's the most proud of, and I highly recommend it. But he does these he does these shorts called the Belmont Hold, where he goes over the villains and the weaponry and everything as if you are in the Belmont Hold. For anybody who doesn't know, that's the giant, subterranean basement-esque area with all of the relics of all of the defeated, bygone defeateds and such. He does this really great version where he actually deep dives into where the inspiration was for that villain. What part of the world, what religion, etc. If there was a religious connotation. Very, very, very cool. So, he knows. Why won't he tell us? Or do you mean they know? Jodie Whittaker was the doctor once. That's true. Australia's tier list. Steve Irwin and Viddy. S tier. It's just those two. No, I'm teasing. There are a lot of great Australian actors too. I mean, you have Russell Crowe, you have Hugh Jackman. I mean, there are a lot of great Australian actors out there too. You have Paul Hogan, right? For if you want to go back a little bit farther, Australia's cool. Kind of a I can't tell you whether it's a objectively cool to live in place. I haven't really done that, but some cool stuff, some cool people. Viddy's definitely evident of that now. How could there be 13-something male incarnations and all of a sudden, boom, it's a woman with blonde hair? That is an interesting question, one that might have real-life causes. But who knows? Well, if this doctor has a doctorate, as Max is wondering, can they help with chest pains? The chest pains we're having. I was going to make a statement about that earlier. We could hope that it was a cardiologist. I swear if Retro puts Lords of Shadow 2 above Lords of Shadow 1, I'll unsubscribe for at least 12 hours. You'll see. You'll see what I do. Ooh. But what if the doctor... Yeah, what if it's a PhD? What if it's a doctorate in chiropractics? Which is basically a pretty phony doctorate as far... Not Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan is American. I'm Paul Hogan. Crocodile Dundee. The doctorate was actually taken in Glasgow. That was actually briefly mentioned in an episode. Oh! I don't remember that. That's kind of cool. But anyway, what I was saying is a lot of people don't realize that I'm actually a pretty large fan, a pretty big fan of Castlevania. You forgot a few Castlevania games. There are a few Castlevania games that are on here that I didn't think warranted being on here. Obviously, there are the Castlevania slot machines were on here. There are the, you could talk about the remaster for Haunted Castle. Those games are not technically Castlevania games, but those are really actually very good games. I want to be very clear and transparent before I even start the tier list. Those are great games. If you want to try a Castlevania-esque... Castlevania is... No, not Bloodborne. Bloodstained is correct. You forgot Super Metroid. If you're a Castlevania fan and you realize that Castlevania hasn't really come out with a new entry in a long while... Skyrim. This is getting more outlandish. I guess you can become a vampire in that game, right? So, I mean, technically there are some ties. A Metroidvania tier list would have too many games to... Oh, yeah, absolutely. Leisure Suit Larry. That has nothing to do with it. Super Metroid, best Metroid game behind Returnal. Good lord. And you forgot Banjo-Tooie, that's a Metroidvania. That's not cool. Is it Metroidvania? Yeah, it kind of is, you're right. It's a three-dimensional Metroidvania, but it kind of really is. Because you have to keep going. Yeah, you're right. No, I don't necessarily know that that's true, but you're not wrong with Banjo-Tooie being technically Metroid. It's not a two-dimensional Metroidvania, but it has all of the hallmarks besides that of a Metroidvania. You're not wrong. That's interesting. Shovel Knight. Just gonna come up with best game ever. Battletoads. Being very, very... yeah, Shovel Knight is a fantastic game. being very, very clear, if you are interested, if you're a fan of Castlevania and you've not gotten a Castlevania game in a while, obviously, because we haven't really, we've only gotten relaunches of old Castlevania games, which I'm happy about, but I would love to see a unique entry into the Castlevania library. It has been, I believe, 11 years, or it is coming up on 11 years since our last Castlevania entry, unique, with exception to the Haunted Castle remake that they did. I very heavily recommend the Bloodstained games, of which there are 3, and I very heavily recommend Lords of Exile, which was recommended by the way to me by Ash. Excuse me. When are we doing a console tier list? I want a feature. I'll put that together if you really want to do that. I'll put that together. Yeah. Are you going to be one of the consoles? And not uses a shovel? Yeah, for shovelry. The Ashbox. Ashbox 360. Whose bright idea was it to spell night with a K? Knigget, if we want to quote Monty Python. I just turn around. Any console that plays video games is S tier. That's true. The Ash Tray. Really? Alright, I'm going to start ranking games now because I feel like that if I don't, this is going to get so out of hand that I will have lost track of all time. I did put most of the games on here, though. They aren't in any particular order. I did try to order before I had issue. Things were crashing, so... and I'm probably going to have to go in and do some additional connecting and stuff because it looks like I'm having some USB issue, but I do want to try and do some of this. It's a video. It's a video. You could say it that way too. Video. VIDD, and the emphasis on the yo. Nice. Tier list for Englishmen. Me and Churchill. A little above S tier. Or is this a stream when finished a video? That's a philosophical question. I think the stream is as it's happening. I think we use the same phrase in like stream of consciousness, because stream of consciousness, once it's been done, committed, is a memory. So a stream in this case is a stream until it becomes a video, which will become a memory. Castlevania 1 legendary tier. I mean, I'm gonna mix some stuff up, and you're gonna be like, uh-oh. Oh, have we got a video? Yes, we've got a video. Have you played So I hope you have played Castlevania. Oh, I get no, right? As I'm like, I hope you have. Oh, they're so good. Well, this is good, but what if it doesn't want to be a memory? That's the thing about memories is, we don't get to choose them, and they don't get to choose us. They don't have the sentience to choose them, and we don't have the ability to repress them. Or most people don't. It's not healthy. Yes, I've played all of these Castlevania games. It'll never be a memory. The only Castlevania games I've played are 1, Super Castlevania 4, my entry and possibly fave, and Symphony of the Night. I screwed up the reference, dang it. No, you're good. You're good. Yeah. I like the way you typed that out, though. That was fun. Well, then for those of you who have played the Castlevania games, and if you've played all of these, then please take these as my viewpoints on them. If you've not played them, please consider this an invitation to the best and worst of the world. That way, if you decide you should want to purchase them, there are several of them are in the big collection. The big collections now. You have the Classic Collection, you have the Advanced Collection, now we have the Dominus Collection. You literally can spend $50, which is less than the cost of a normal single game nowadays, and you can play you can play most of these. I'll explain that in a minute. Max Hearts, Rechain of Memories, Retro Room, Hearts 2. I have not really played Kingdom Hearts. I've played a little, but not much. Kingdom Retro 3 Ultimate Edition featuring Dante from... Oh, that would be cool. I do like Dante. I love the Devil May Cry games, so... Thumbros Hearts 3. That would be cool, too. Which games feature Alucard? S tier. There are a couple of games in here that feature Alucard, so I'll go ahead and start with that. Let me kind of put these in a slightly better order, because some of this doesn't make any sense. And you'll notice some of these are... Boop. You'll notice, like this one probably should go over here. Probably this one should go here, and maybe this one should probably go here. And this one, just kind of reordering them for a second to kind of make a slightly more cohesive pattern. Boop, we'll put that one there. Because whatever order I mean, I don't know why they're in this order, but this order is terrible. Dracula, so it goes here. Probably here. It's probably here. Now look at this. I mean, like, who made this? This probably could go here. This is not even the tier list part. This is just me cleaning this up so that it's not so hard for me to figure out where the heck everything is. So that I'm rating them in a slightly better, like I'm putting them kind of in order. I'll put that one down here. Good Lord. Yeah, I don't know who decided this was the order, but they should be penalized. I don't know how, but they should be penalized. That's fine. That goes after that. That is the DS version, so that goes here. Kind of putting them out. I'm just kind of grouping them in order, right? Let's see. This goes here. Kind of stays there. Those are in the correct order. This can go. Wait, where is the one we juiced? Harmony of Dissonance, is it? I have to take a look. Wait a minute. Console tier list Switch 2. I haven't tried that yet, obviously. Kingdom Hearts is the guy who has no memory. Might have to upgrade the internal RAM, so on. Yeah. The Sega. Oh, okay. Chain of Memories or Reloaded. The second one. Who even is Max and how come you're fighting for him? I'm fighting Max with a Keyblade or something? Oh, so everybody's already getting into this. I referenced the same thing again. No, you are all my friends, and with the help of my friends, light will always triumph over the darkness. I don't want to get too philosophical with you, Viddy, but darkness is necessary. Such as is the dictate of the chaos theory. Right? In 64, Castlevania don't deserve... We'll hear my opinion on that. Philosophically speaking, the chaos theory, one of the basic tenets of the chaos theory, it says that you need darkness in order to understand light. You need conflict, because if you didn't have conflict, then peace couldn't exist, because peace would be the normal state of being, and therefore would not be an elevated in positive or negative direction state of being. Therefore, you have to have both sides of the coin. There is a necessity for chaos, because without chaos you could not know order, but too much order is dangerous. Case in point would be the Nationalist Socialist Party of the Nazi regime, right? That's too much order. So you need to have some level of chaos, some level... It's a perfect balance. Chaos theory is a Splinter Cell. Everyone knows that. What about Dead Cell? Dead Cell is great, and I've played Dead Cells and the Castlevania specifically version on this, and I didn't include that because it's a Castlevania homage. It's not really a Castlevania game. It's just Dead Cells with skin. It is good. It's definitely a lot of fun. I've played it on the channel, but I didn't include it in the list because it's not actually a Castlevania game. It's just kind of a collaboration. Perhaps the darkness and the Kingdom Hearts are not aware of the philosophical thought pattern and think that only darkness should exist and no light at all, but light and dark coexist. Yeah, it's fair. Whenever one thing is too much, that's the problem. The balance is what's necessary. The problem with it is that you don't have people that realize it. You have people that think that good needs to exist, but they can't define what good is. And then you have people who realize that bad needs to exist, but they don't know how to strategically introduce the chaos, the bad, without being absolutely egregious, right? Overly bad. So those are both necessary. Castlevania steals Christmas. Alucard and Paris. My goodness. Pelmont's Down Under. We're getting all Castlevania in Rome. Castlevania does go to Rome. in one of these games, I'll actually point it out. So that's a true thing. Okay, there's this one. Let's put this one up here. Again, I'm just putting these in an order so that I have an idea of roughly when about. There's Juiced, so he goes here. This technically goes at the end here. Boop. Let's see. Are we in something of an order that makes sense? Kind of. Yes, this is much Richter. I don't know. Castlevania 2 Lost in New York. Castlevania and the Legend of the Breath of Mario, wondering about Samus and my goodness, that's a title. Where does the subtitle begin and the main title end? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start rating these. Good lord, I like that. It kind of goes into the AVGN-esque rant about like when he starts talking about, this was a long time ago, but Star Wars games. And he starts going into like Wookiee cookie cooking or something like that. It's fun. I know, right? The box art couldn't even fight the subtitle, nor could the titles. Yeah, no way that it could do that. King Kong versus Alucard, the new Empire Strikes Back. That's marrying a lot of things that I kind of think are awesome, though. So, Banjo versus Hollow Knight, the 13th. I'll see. Some of these games are games I would actually play. King Kong versus Alucard, I would the new Empire Strikes Back, I would absolutely play. Banjo versus Hollow Knight, I'd play too. The 13th. So I'll start off with the very first one. For anybody who hasn't, this is a classic. It came out in 1986. This game is really good. I don't think it's the pinnacle of good Castlevania. I do think they've gotten better, but it is really, really freaking good. If you've not played it, it's super easy to get a copy of. It's like, around here, it's like $8. Oh, you put it in, yeah. It's like $8 to get a copy. It's super good, and I think you get it for, but again, I'm gonna, when I get to I'll get to it in a second. I might pull from the other end of this list too. Silk Song, Tui, Belmont 5, San Antonio. So it's not even like San Andreas. It's an actual place in Texas. That's funny. The box art is so like, oh my goodness. I love the artwork for all of these games, really. But, well, not all of them. I'll explain that in a second. But most of them I really love. But this one right here, I completely agree. This one, okay, I'm going to tell you this. If you play this game, a lot of people really want it to go down here. This is a tough game. You have to pass, if you want, there are 3 endings. This is one of the first multi-ending games. And there are 3 endings, and first multi-ending of its type, like a platformer, right? And you have to, in order to get the best ending, you have to pass it in less than a certain amount of in-game nights. This version's a little wonky because the Japanese translations are weird, and the boss fights are wonky, and yada. They have done a patch called The Almighty Guru did, and the new version has integrated some of those fixes. I do think this is a good game. Even without all of that, I think it's a good game. If you get the Almighty Guru's version, I actually think it's an excellent game. But I'm going to go just based off the regular one. I do think it's a good game. I like it. It is tough. It is frustrating. Some parts of it are frustrating, but I do not believe it is a terrible game. I think it's a good game. Dang it. I had to reload my save to get a Zapdos. Oh no. GTA 6 is apparently getting another trailer soon. It will confirm if it's coming out, not coming out until 2047. I heard rumor, by the way, Switch 2 supposedly is going to be coming out. Somebody has specifically said May 9th, I think, or May 4th, something like that. But anyway, apparently the first week or a week and a half of May is when it's supposed to come out. The Belmont in Birmingham. When it said 2025 in that first trailer, it was going to promote the second trailer coming out in 2020. Oh, that's really the Polar Metroidvania. The differing opinions collide. Castlevania Theft Auto, Belmont Dracula Stories, Castlevania 2, good tier. Oh yeah, 3 is top tier. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. You're there with me. 3 is my favorite. I'm just going to tell you that. Maybe there's some bias in this. Dracula's Curse, you play as Trevor, you play as Sypha, you can play as Grant, you can play as Alucard. It's the first game you get to play as Alucard, by the way, It came out in 1990, I think, or 90 or 91. 90 is when it came out. And you can play as 3 or 4 different characters. There are branching paths. It's hard. But it's mostly fair. It's the continues. You have unlimited continues. The music is top tier. If you happen to get the collection, again, I'm saying the collection is, I think, you can get the collection. I think it's like $10, right? If you wanted to get it. But you get the collection, you can actually get the Japanese version, which had these dual sound cards for music. So nice. Oh, yeah. I don't know what I missed there. We were talking about philosophy. He doesn't trust with his drug fake friend. Trevor from G... No, not that Trevor. Trevor Belmont. It's Simon's... I think they say it's Simon's dad, but I think in this it was like Simon's granddad. I think Christopher Belmont came in there in the in-between. But do drugs exist? Who came up with the concept of drugs? Why are drugs good and bad? Who defines what is good and a good and bad drug? Again, that's you can do whatever you want to. In my case, I'm an abject utilitarian for that, which is, does the outcome of taking the drug cause greater harm or greater relief? If the answer is the former, then it is circumstantially bad, and if the answer is the latter, then it is circumstantially good. And who came up with tier lists? What even is a tier list? Are tier lists truly subjective or objective? Will tier lists truly save the world from destruction? No, they will not. They're just going to give us a reason to tell the world how destructive it has been of late. Why do over-the-counter drugs have to be over-the-counter? Why not a table? Why not an ottoman? Why not a desk? I think a sofa would be more comfortable. Well, someone may have to counter that point. Very nice. All those cool names in 3, and then there's Grant. What's next? Alucard, the Belmonts, Kevin. Grant's last name, I'll add it. I'll go a little farther. Grant's last name looks like it should be said Dynasty or Dynasty, but it's Dynasty. So his name is Grant Dynasty, which is silly. He's a thief, so that's what they wanted him to be. Grant Kirkhope and would be really cool if he did some of the music, but the music's done well. Dracula's Curse goes to Holy. That is just top tier, quite literally. Castlevania 4. I think Castlevania 4 is fantastic. Yeah, I think it's a good it's a good retelling of the first Castlevania. I don't like the music quite as much as I like in the first Castlevania, but it is really, really good. I think this one also belongs in the Holy tier, but it isn't as good as 3 to me. So, but I do think it's good. More like Fangtastic. The Legend of Italian Driver, Grant Ursimo. Or Urissimo? I don't know how you say that. It's Grant Kirkhope. What are you all talking about? What about Ulysses Grant? He was a president, so shouldn't he be up there somewhere? I've played the Soul Calibur 4 OST in the background so much I've lost count. Oh, that's a good... Is that... Making sure I got that. Soul Calibur, right? The Soul Calibur 4 one, which is really good. The other thing about these groups is they all give you... when you buy the games, they actually give you soundtrack access, which is really cool. What about Big Grant, who owns the Chippy Rounds? I don't even know who that is. Oh, Super Castlevania 4. Okay, I see what you're saying. I was like, wait a minute, Soul Calibur. Yeah, Soul Calibur's is good. I don't think Soul Calibur... Listen to Soul Calibur's, goodness sakes, Super Castlevania's 4s. Like right now we're listening to Super Castlevania 4. This music is... And this is arguably one of the best songs in Super Castlevania 4 and arguably one of the best songs in Castlevania. But the rest of Castlevania, to Super Castlevania 4, is too light-hearted for me. When you're fighting all of these evils, you know? I just, you know... Soul Calibur 1 and 2's OSTs unrivaled. They are really good. Yeah, all these games, Soul Calibur, not Castlevania. Well, because when I see SC4, I think Soul Calibur 4. Super Castlevania 4 is just Castlevania 4 to me, but you're perfect. You're exactly right. It's in my mind. That was my fault, not yours. Grant Kai gives over-the-counter drugs, and Retro doesn't trust anyone with his newly acquired treasures from him. No one will ever have my... it's what I'm getting. I'm getting heavy amounts of... oh, shoot. I can't think of the word. What is the primary antihistamine? I can't even think of the primary name for antihistamine. The primary ingredient in an antihistamine. Diphenhydramine. Good lord. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Yeah, I'm having copious amounts of diphenhydramine given to me. What do you guys see when you see MK? Yeah, Mortal Kombat. Same way. But I know a lot of people see Mario Kart, but Mortal Kombat's what that means to me. I'm right. Yeah, you got some. No, you get. I always get her to say the wrong thing. It's a thing that happens with my TARDIS land. No, you're perfectly spot on. It's just where I go with it. Benadryl is the name for it, but diphenhydramine was I was looking for the primary ingredient that you use, because Benadryl is an antihistamine, but the diphenhydramine is the Dyson vacuum. No, diphenhydramine. What if you see? That's what I say. They get blue shelled eye. I'll just judge you behind your back. Yeah, diphenhydramine. It's the stuff that they put in Benadryl, but it's also the stuff they put in like ZzzQuil, sleep medicines, ironically, which I don't take any of, by the way. I don't take Benadryl. I don't take diphenhydramine of any kind. Castlevania Bloodlines. Castlevania Bloodlines, Sega Genesis game, freaking fantastic. It does lose a little bit, having come out just around right after the time of 4, where you had this 8-directional whipping and the sub-weapons. There was a whole thing, I think Aaron Hansen did a dissertation kind of on that you don't need the sub-weapons because the whip is so good. I disagree wholeheartedly. The first boss, for example, which is the skeleton rider upon the skeleton horse, I never use the whip on. I have the dagger by that time, so I'm saving hearts. I use the dagger to keep him at bay because he has a spear weapon. So I don't think that his point... Maybe he's found a way to do it. I don't particularly find that point to be remarkably valid, at least not for me. So, I think Castlevania 4 is a really good mix of that. So Castlevania Bloodlines coming off the heels of that, while I think it's good, I think it's really good. I think the music is really good. I'm not going to put it above the original because I feel like that it's just a kind of it's kind of almost a retelling in some ways. Story-wise, it's not. This is, which kind of cool about this is John Morris from. So Quincy Morris, if you've read Dracula, there's a guy named Quincy Morris in it. I won't spoil the book because it's a really good book, but there's a guy named Quincy Morris in it, big part of the story. John Morris is actually his son. You can play as John Morris. And John Morris, but Quincy Morris is a Texan. This is weird, right? In the book Dracula is from Transylvania, right? Transylvania is over there in General Carpathia. It was originally kind of to the north of Hungary. And now it's a part of, obviously, Romania, but prior it was its own territory. The actual man that inspired Dracula was not from Transylvania. He's from a place called Wallachia. It's not actually pronounced that way. It's Wallachia. You don't say the C, really. And but the guy that ends up going up against him toe-to-toe is a Texas guy. Who would have thought? Like, why? And the man that wrote this book was Irish, so there's no real reason for Texas to be mentioned. But oh well. Bloodlines is great. Yes, it is. Aaron Hansen from the hit show Game Grumps. Yeah, he wrote some things called Sequelitis, and I've listened to. No, that's JonTron. JonTron. I'm not trying to be rude. I think Aaron can be funny. I do think JonTron, as a comedian, I feel like JonTron is better to me. His sense of humor appeals to me a little bit more. Now, back in the day when they were just kind of saying whatever would just bounce off the wall, John's personality was. But Aaron's funny. But I don't necessarily, I don't laugh as hard as I do at a JonTron thing. Ross O'Donovan is hilarious also. I think he's pretty brilliant. An Irish, I'm pretty sure he's Australian. You're thinking of Mickey O'Rourke. I think there's a Mickey O'Rourke. I think it's Mickey Rourke. George Carlin's great too. Bo Burnham's great. I agree with that. Comedians tier list. I don't know who that is. I know who that is. I know of him. I don't know him. I've not heard his work. I also like Norm Macdonald a lot. I liked him. Getting off to the side for my favorite comedian of all time was Red Skelton. Nobody nowadays would get him, but He was my favorite. When I was a lot younger, he was my absolute favorite. So, you're pretty. I mean, you're definitely a better comedian than I am, Ash. What a pity can't you? No worries. 80s Eddie Murphy is a favorite of mine. 80s Eddie Murphy was really funny. Yeah, like I said, I liked Red Skelton, R-E-D. Red Skelton. He was from the 50s and 60s. He was not a prop comic, so he was a skit comic, a skit comedian for the 50s and 60s. Played a bunch of characters like Clem Cadiddlehopper, Freddy the Freeloader, Cauliflower McPug, San Fernando Red. You know, there were a lot of characters he played that I really liked. He's still my favorite of all time. I still watch his stuff to this day. I have old tapings of it, so. But yeah, he's my favorite, and he remains my favorite. And he's, a lot of people will consider his sense of humor a lot, maybe too safe and antiquated, but something about that I just really enjoyed. So, cool name. Yeah, Red was a nickname. I think his name was Richard. I think his real name was, but he had red hair, but you couldn't tell. It was in black and white back then, so. What's this? Richard doing a tier list instead of a hat in time? What's this? Oh, I see what you're doing. You're doing the Night Before Christmas. That is not a real person. Someone once told Donkey the world was going to roll him, and he hasn't been the same. Okay, I see what you did there. Nice. All right, moving on to Symphony of the Night. Symphony of the Night is, I think, one of the coolest innovations in gaming, and it took its inspiration from this game right here. Ironically, this was the first one, I think, that what's his name? That Koji Igarashi involved himself in, and it took its inspiration from this game right here, and it just elevated it to the next level. So the music of this is great, the customization, the weaponry, the Metroidvania, the length of the game. I even love the voice acting, but it took its inspiration from this game right here. But this, to me, is very, very hard to top. It is top tier to me. Let's see. You thought you knew what I was doing. I was telling it where it took inspiration from. No, that game is awesome. I love Symphony of the Night. Yeah, no, it took inspiration from 2. It didn't actually take inspiration from any of the ones that came here prior. It took inspiration from Simon's Quest, but it just made it so much better. If you start, I would argue to any person of these 6 games that I've put up there, if you are going to start with a Castlevania, start with Symphony of the Night. Dracula's Curse is difficult. You need some skill to get into it. It's hard. It can frustrate you. If you're really good at games, you might make it. If not, it's going to just frustrate you out of the genre. But Castlevania Symphony of the Night, there are so many ways to skin a cat. There are so many ways to pass this game. I need to move Judgment back a little bit, because Judgment came out after. Great. Retro considered ranking Symphony of the Night good and gives off chest pain. Dang it. Chest pain would... Imagine you... I wasn't trying to get you to get angry. I just thought you would... I was going to make the reference to the fact that it referenced Simon's Quest. Where did I put my... Oh, there it is. I don't want that to just be sitting there. I took my watch off to put my hand back behind where the wires were. And there we go. Put my watch back on. So, almost traveled to this house. The tattoo Alucard backwards on him. It wouldn't stick, but sure. It's an M. Night Shyamalan twist. Retro as a ghost all along, that's what it was. I wasn't even here. The stream never happened. You all have been talking to yourselves in your rooms. We talked about that, and again, I haven't seen The Wire. Only from the title do I know what it is, but yeah. Lament of Innocence. Lament of Innocence was for the PlayStation 2. It was a PlayStation 2 exclusive, in fact. I do not believe you could get this on any other console. And this is the story. This is, chronologically, this is the first story in sequence. You are Leon Belmont, and this tells you the origins of Dracula, their Dracula, and the origins of the Belmonts and everything in between. The game is okay. It plays all right. I don't personally like the controls all that much because twofold. Firstly, we were learning these kinds of like we were trying to get three-dimensional gaming to be kind of down pat, and we didn't. And then on top of that, it was on the PlayStation 2 controller, which was far too small for my hands. So for this one, it is my bias, but I am going to say it's a good game, but not great. Retro mentioned the... Okay, see. He hasn't seen The Wire? No, I haven't seen The Wire. I have seen The Sixth Sense, though. That's a good movie. Retro is Unbreakable. Wouldn't that be a cool thing? You know what I really like? Speaking of Shyamalan, Unbreakable being a part of that trilogy, Glass, but the one in between. What was the one in between? I'm trying to think of what it is, but the one in between Glass and Unbreakable, I really liked that one. I'm split on the quality of this stream. Split, that was it. There you go. Thank you. I liked Split a lot. That's my favorite of the three is Split. Maybe it's a trap. He just says signs. I'm just paying a visit. Where to? The village? Retro's tier list should be behind a case of glass. Split is... Yeah, I think it's mine too. Split... oh, man. James McAvoy. There's that movie that came... There's I can't think... there's that Danish... There's an American... Or English, at least, remake of that Danish horror movie where James McAvoy is one of the big bads again, too. And I'm like, man, I haven't seen it yet, but I really want to see it. The Village, good Resident... Oh, man. Again, I think that's my favorite Resident Evil game. I think that's number one, and I think 4 takes number 2 from that. A lot of people love 4 better, and I respect that, but Village, I think, tops it just barely for me. Had that one woman everyone liked. Village did? Oh, you're talking... I know what you're talking about. The internet phenomenon of Dimitrescu. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I won't... There's no spoiler that she's in the advert. But it is... to me, 8 is... 4 is tip top. But... I think 8 kind of just barely, to me, etches it out, but it's so good. Oh, dang it, not the right one. Okay. What is it? RE is like a horror roller coaster of subgenre. It's so good. It's so well done. I hope 9 is equally well done. What little I've seen on 9. I don't look at a lot of it, but if it shows up in my, then I'll take a read. We have Castlevania Curse of Darkness. This game actually came out for the Xbox and the PS2. I got it on Xbox, which was suiting my hands a lot better. It's still not top tier. The controls are still kind of wonky. Camera's kind of wonky, but the controls are better because I could play it on the Xbox, and the Xbox controller was big enough for my hands. So I will put it above Lament of Innocence. Castlevania Judgment. I'm going to say something that I think a lot of people will find controversial. I think Castlevania Judgment is a fun game. If you're looking at it as a Castlevania game, then no. But if we're looking at it as just a fighting game, it's fun. It's fun, it's simple, it doesn't require a ton of skill to get good at, and because of that, your opponent, so long as you're not playing... Now, if you're playing the computer, you're going to have to get pretty good, but if you're playing against someone else, the amount of skill it takes for you both to learn it, not big... It's actually quite a lot of fun. I like it a lot. I am going to put it in the good category because it is not really a great Castlevania game, but I do actually like the game. I did have fun with it. Imagine a Castlevania fighting game from the Soul Calibur devs. Oh, that would be amazing to have. But Judgment is... I like Judgment. I do think it's fun. It's not... I mean, it's definitely the weakest. But it is fun. Sorry about that. Then we have Circle of the Moon. Circle of the Moon, I think, is actually a pretty darn good game. And I actually do like it better than Curse of Darkness because it kind of returns to form. It was simple. It was for the Game Boy Advance. It was kind of the first, you know, attempt for them to I say it was kind of the first, you know, I need to move that over. It was not the first attempt at them at handheld. It was the first attempt at this handheld. They did a good job. Let me come over here for a second and tell you why. This game is not good. I'll play it, but it's not good. It's very stiff. It's very difficult. It's very frustrating. I do think they improved upon it in Belmont's Revenge, so I'll go ahead and make a move of that to there. I just want to go ahead and knock these other handhelds out real quick. And then Legends, I think, did the best job. I still think it's but it's better. It's definitely better than this. Play this game. It's just not. Yeah. Let's see. Imagine it. Good Lord. Imagine philosophy. Imagine being the Doctor. Imagine all the people. Rest in peace, Ringo. I don't think Ringo passed. I don't think Ringo's passed. I think Ringo's still with us. I think he's one of two still with us. I think Paul McCartney's the other one. Imagine the imagining of the imagination hums the song. Imagine having an imagination. Retro better sing Imagine on a stream or I'm leaving. Imagine Dragons. They had a couple that I thought were fun. Retro sing. No, I don't have a great singing voice. I barely have a decent enough speaking voice. So singing voice, certainly I'm not. I have not. You may say I'm a dreamer. Oh, I see. I see what you're doing. Rest in peace, Paul. Paul's not gone either. Mick Jagger's not gone either. They're all still here. But Mick Jagger wasn't a Beatle. That's Rolling Stones. I asked Retro to sing Jumpin' Jack Flash, and he refused, so now he has to have some... I don't even know what Jumpin' Jack Flash is. I can't think of what that is. Goodness. Okay, what am I... Oh, goodness. This one was used... Oh, my good Lord. Jeez. Rolling Stone songs, man. Some man of culture you are. Yeah, I don't know if I know that one. James Hetfield's not dead either. He's much younger than the ones you just mentioned. I think he's like late 50s, early 60s at this point. I think Mick Jagger's like 80. Paul McCartney's like 70-something. Ringo's like 70-something. I think, yeah. This game... Good Lord. This game right here, I think, was actually better than Circle of the Moon. And this is where we start talking about the artwork for a second. If you take a look at the artwork for the first three, these have just ridiculously good artwork. This one was actually got in trouble. This was actually ripped straight from a Dungeons & Dragons game, the Curse of Strahd book. And then they just changed and put, you know, Belmont in front and such. But the background, they made some changes because they got in trouble for, you know, basically just using the Curse of Strahd book. But if you take a look at some of the artwork here, specifically if you take a look at like Curse of Darkness, Lament of Innocence, you see Juice Belmont here. If you see, Hector, if you see Leon, you'll notice that there's this kind of odd, or Symphony too. With Alucard there. You can see this kind of painted thing. This is the artwork of a lady named Ayami Kojima, and she is just amazing. Her artwork, in my opinion, some of the best parts of the Castlevania games. Very, very rest in peace. Good Lord. I was born in a crossfire hurricane and I howled at my ma in the driving rain, but it's all right now. In fact, it's a gas, but it's all right. I'm jumping Jack Flash. It's a gas. Huh. I'll have to look that one up. I don't think I've heard that song. I've heard Rolling Stone songs, obviously, but I've not heard. Rest of R.I.P. Pink Floyd's Floyd. Now they're just Pink. Pink is another artist, though. I think isn't it? Rest in peace, video. I guess I was reborn in a crossfire. Hey, that was good timing. Good timing. Gotta love Ringo's best song. I don't think that's his best. Have you seen his art though? He did some art and he started off and it was kind of silly, and then he's kind of gotten some stuff that's kind of cool actually. So it's about to make the same joke. Truly saw the dark side of the moon. R.I.P. You're a joke. I am a man of wealth and taste. I'm not a great. Again, I'm not a. I have a. What is the way that it's said? I have a face for radio and a voice for print. So, Sum 41 did a great cover of Paint It Black. Genuinely, Paint It Black is a classic, great too. I've been around for an awful long year. Saw Many Man's Soul. Paint It Black cover. Yeah, that's a good song. Aria of Sorrow. Aria of Sorrow. This game, for anybody who's not played it, it's crazy to see this game go, like, the way that they improved. This game goes here, this game goes here. It only makes sense that this game goes here. This is very possibly one of the best Castlevania games out there. Fade to Black is Metallica. No, it's Metallica. There you go. Ozzy's best song is Bohemian Rhapsody. I'm just messing around. But it's crazy to see that. This one right here is, if you get this game right here, which is a part of the Advanced Collection, by the way. This is one of the best Castlevania games. I could not. I don't have this skill. Mama killed him, man. Mama killed him, man. That's not at all ironic. I don't even know what that is. But this game right here is legitimately one of the... it would be very difficult to do because I think the theme is made with a theremin. It would be easier to whistle that. And whistling inside of a microphone is a very uncomfortable thing. Sing you to sleep. I'm speaking directly into your ear crevices. I couldn't possibly do that. Read me a bedtime. If I had a voice that were... Again, if I had a pleasant enough voice that it were... suited for that type of stuff, I probably would, but I would recommend Mark Thompson for that. I usually pay nice. But anyway, I think this is absolutely the best of the advanced and one of the best of the games in general. This is really, really nice. So I think if you're going to play a Castlevania game and you want something portable, this right here. And again, this is on the Advanced Collection in the Switch. If you have a Switch, or even if you're playing it, it's on all consoles. This is in the... These games are all, with the exception of Symphony of the Night, these games are all pretty well in a collection up here. Symphony of the Night's the only one that's missing from Switch and Xbox. It is in a collection with Rondo of Blood, which is on the PS4 exclusively right now. Once upon a time, there was a boy named Tony. He had no hair, and no sunglasses, and no seatbelts. And one time, he decided to have lunch. The end. That's a good story. He used to rule the world. Who Genghis Khan? 40 pounds for retro ASMR, 10 out of 10 street. Retro, do a bedtime story through ASMR. Ash paid 40 pounds for it. Is that an exclusive? I had no idea. I paid 60 pounds, actually. Rip off. I'm not a big fan of ASMR. I know, I mean, I have a setup I could do it with. I suppose it's a makeshift setup, like it's not prepared for ASMR. I could make it so that I placed microphones so that I could, whisper in the ears or whatever. But I was just like, that doesn't appeal to me. All right, I'm going to move over to, I'm going to hop around that same time frame a little bit back, I guess. Castlevania 64. Castlevania 64 is actually pretty good. And, put it right there. Castlevania 64 is pretty good. It's not great. No doubt, but it's pretty good. But then they came out that same year with Curse of Darkness, and I think Curse of Darkness is actually pretty good. So I'm gonna. It's not the gap. You can't tell from this, but the gap between these two is a lot bigger. But it's not big enough to put this one into eh. It's a lot bigger than any of the other gaps between any of these other games, in my opinion. But it's not big enough for a category to jump. Once upon a time, there was a streamer named Retro. He did streams about tier lists and games and philosophy, and one time, Ash paid £60 and got ripped off. The end. Nice. I even paid an extra £4.50 for him to bump his head on the ship. Castlevania, the stench of Link's breath, A tier. Once upon a time, there was a guy named Alucard. People kept insisting that his name spelled backwards as Dracula, and one time he decided to fight Belmonts. The end. We'll go to DS next. I don't know how to approach all of this. DS in order. Order of Ecclesia is, I again believe that this is a top tier. I'll put it after Super Castlevania. But I think this one is super good, and that artwork right there is fantastic. If you can see the big stuff, it is really, really nice. I've played this one of the DS trilogy, which is part of the Dominus collection, which came out last year. This is, I think, the best one. I am currently playing through the Dominus collection. I'm playing through Portrait of Ruin. This is the best one. I do think Portrait of Ruin belongs a category below, though, because it is pretty fun, pretty good. Its difficulty is where it needs to be, and it's just the artwork isn't as good. The story is this. You're Jonathan Morris, who is this John Morris's son, who is Quincy Morris's from the book son, which is, and you're not even fighting Dracula half the time. I'll just tell you that. I won't say anything beyond that, but it's okay. And then we have Dawn of Sorrow. Dawn of Sorrow I would put above this, but it does have a really frustrating... Dawn of Sorrow, DS, right? They were trying to get people to use the touch feature a lot more, and there are these glyphs you have to draw, and it's kind of frustrating. So I'm like, I have a scary story, genuinely. Want to hear it? Should it be on your horror channel? That would be cool, too. I need Castlevania 1's art as a poster. I think you can do that. As a matter of fact, I think that place that does the metal, what is it called? Displate? The metal? I think they actually have some Castlevania, the art. And they'll put it on a metal plate for you that you can just magnetize to your wall. So, very, very cool. I do have a Chrono Trigger print. I have KOTOR. I'm a big fan of KOTOR, and I have the original painter for the. I reached out and got in contact with the original painter, Mike Sass, and that's actually his name, by the way, Mike Sass, and he autographed some paintings of Darth Malak and cover art for the game and such. No, Mike Sass, S-A-S-S. He autographed prints of his cover of the KOTOR cover and of Darth Malak, and I think he's got one of Bastila that I'm going to reach out and see if I can get one of with his autograph on. So I was walking, and this horrifying old woman with no teeth said she would. What? That's funny. That's funny. Retro, if I wanted to talk about that, I would have asked. No, we were talking about the prince, but Mike Sass. I have to make sure I put more emphasis on that, because otherwise it does sound really bad. And there are names that do that too. So yes. These are out of order. All right, I'm going to jump over here for a second. We have these two, which look the same. This is Castlevania Rondo. This is Akumojo Durakura. Rondo of Blood. This game is amazing. It is absolutely fantastic. I mean, it is really good. And you had to have a TurboGrafx CD to play it originally. Now there is, again, it's been released in the Requiem collection, I think they call it, which is with Symphony of the Night, Rondo of Blood. Rondo of Blood is a direct prequel of Symphony, or vice versa. Symphony is the direct sequel. So whenever Rondo ends, Castlevania Symphony literally starts right there. It is really, really good. This is Castlevania Dracula X. This is what we got. America got. The West got. It is okay. It is pretty fun. But it's nothing stellar. But it is, I think it's much more playable than some of these other, well, I don't know if I'd put it there. Yeah, that's probably better. And then we got this other version right here, which were the Dracula Chronicles, which was for PSP, and later would come out in other versions. This version is actually a little bit better, but they did do some 3D stuff that I'm not really keen on, but they unlocked a lot of stuff that was kind of missing from it. It's actually really, really good. That's a stand to use the Sands of Time match. What's your channel? Vinny retired. What is a channel? Who defined what a channel is? I've not retired yet. It's the final countdown. My channel is content that nobody but me finds funny. That's, yeah, that's exactly what it should be. But who is it to define what funny is? Is it a person saying funny things that define that thing is funny? What even is funny? And what is humor? I don't think there's a I don't think there's really a collective answer for that, though, right? It's kind of, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But, this is like this. I mean, this is something I think that I find interesting. Other people may not, but it's something I find interesting, so I was like, I'll do it. Same thing with funny. I'll laugh at stuff that people are like, well, we'll see what happens. So, that's the idea, is make stuff that you enjoy. People will enjoy your enjoyment. At least the genuine people seem to be able to do that. We have Castlevania Chronicles, another retelling of the first game. So the first game was retold twice. This one is for the PS1, and it's very tip-top of category for me. It's hard to come by. It's expensive. I had a friend give, Kenneth, by the way, thank you, years ago, gave me a copy, 15 years ago or something like that it's been now, gave me a copy, and that game's like $100 and something now, and he just gave it to me, so I was like, hey, so thanks, Kenneth, for doing that. I have enjoyed the game for what it is worth, but it is, I mean, when you take it and you rate it up against all of these other ones, it is, a little bit more That also moves me to Harmony of Despair, which I think is it depends. If you're playing this by yourself, then it's not great. If you're playing it with friends, it's really, really good. But to me, this is if it's by yourself, most of the time it's also Actually, I'd say I'd put it here. It's really fun when you're playing with friends. In fact, I looked up the philosophical definition of funny and got this. Knock, knock. Who's there? I did up who? Okay. Well, I get where you're going with that. I mean, if that's what you're, I get what the joke was there. And it got me to giggle, so who knows? Maybe that is. Alucard is a philosophical definition of funny. Wait, you have other friends? No. You have other friends sounds like a Niles / CC joke from The Nanny. Probably is too, honestly. Niles was the whole reason that show was even funny, in my opinion. I think he was the glue that held that show together, because otherwise it would have been really. It really was kind of wonky, right? That's a cool river, too. The Nile is a cool river, but he was the butler in the show The Nanny. He was a butler to Charles Shaughnessy's character, Mr. Sheffield, I think. I think his name was actually Max or Maxwell Sheffield. It has been a long time since I've seen that, so I don't know. I mean, I probably haven't seen that show in 25 years? Something like that, maybe longer. Personally, I like the Tigris River. You know, tier list, river tier list now. Castlevania Adventure Rebirth, another retelling. This one's awesome. This one's really, really good. It's just a retelling, so I'm not going to give it a ton of, you know, but it's really good. It's a lot of fun. It was only a WiiWare game. I don't even think unless you have the WiiWare ROM, you can get it. Unless you bought it beforehand and have the ROM, you can't. I don't think you can get it again. It's actually really fun, though. Which river is the best one? Yeah. Haunted Castle. Where's Haunted Castle for this tier list? It's right here. Right there. I can place it. Depends on if you want to go with the classic or if you want to go with the remake. Because I only have one icon for it. So, do you want to go with... I'll let you decide. Is this Haunted Castle the classic Haunted Castle, or is it the remade Haunted Castle that I'm about to rank? Rivers, Chrono is the best river? Oh, Como. I see what you said. Rivers Como. I see what you said. I took a quick glance up at the screen and was like, oh, no, that's not what it says. Whatever you want. You're paying me the big bucks. Okay, so I'll tell you this right now. I'll go ahead and rate it. If we're doing it with the new one, the new one's good. The new one's really good. It goes in excellent. This is the classic one, which I don't like at all. The classic one is way too hard, way too unforgiving. There's just no way. It was made to be a coin eater. So if we're talking, the remade one came in the Dominus collection with the classic one. The music is good and the plot's kind of cool. As a matter of fact, Haunted Castle is what people think that there's an idea that Haunted Castle is where the hearts came from as ammo. Because in Haunted Castle, Simon is about to get married to his fiancée. His fiancée is absconded by Dracula just after their wedding. So I guess his wife now. And basically he's chasing down Dracula to get his wife back. And the idea was that was going to continue on and that the hearts were going to be the remnants of the wife's love being left for you. But I think they scrapped that whole idea after that and they just left the hearts in there and were like, nah, this is ammo, here you go. I think that's what they did. So Red Sea, the one with the big amount of salt, you could even lie back in the water and read a book? Maybe. Being wrong is easier than being right. I don't know the context for that, so I can't. No, here we go again with all. Hey, it's Bogus. Hey, Retro. Can't tune in today. Just wanted to say hello and have a great night. No worries, Mr. Bogus. You have a wonderful day, and thanks for popping in and saying hi. Hi, Bogus. Bye, Bogus. Yeah, no worries. Just keep. I'm related to John Smith. Well, I feel like almost everybody is. The doctor insists that their name is Dr. John Smith, but do we believe that? Probably not. John Doe, John Smith, Jane Doe, Jane Smith. All right, that leaves us with 5 games. We have Kid Dracula for the Game Boy. Kid Dracula for the Game Boy is pretty good. In fact, arguably, it's quite good. You know what? It's pretty darn good. But they had one that came out in Japan only, and that one, which is now on the Arid Classic Collection, is really fun. It's, I like it, probably put it up here. I really like that game. It's a platformer. It's not quite the same kind of Castlevania as you would be accustomed to. It's more of like a Mario 2, Mario 3 style platformer with some action elements. It's really fun. If you don't have this, you haven't played this, you're a platformer fan, I recommend it very highly. That leaves us with the 3 that live in infamy. Castlevania Lords of Shadow, Castlevania Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate, so one that has a subtitle and then a sub-subtitle, or a post-script, and Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2. I'll go ahead and get the one that we all know. That we all don't know. Mirror Fate. Mirror Fate is eh. I think it's better than Legends. This is better than that. There we go. Mirror Fate's okay. The story is the most interesting part about it. It's a 2.5D style action platformer that hits the mark in some areas, but misses the mark in a ton of others. I didn't hate it. I did play it pretty obsessively, especially back when it came out. 2011, I think, or something like that. But, yeah, no, it's not a bad game, but it's not a good game, I don't think. I think it's just kind of eh. Now we have Castlevania Lords of Shadow and Lords of Shadow 2. Castlevania Lords of Shadow came out in 2010. And I think this is actually a pretty decent game. It's colorful, the music is good. It borrows a lot from classic, I think, games. I don't think it's a great game, but I do think it's a good game. I think it's a very good game. And you get to hear a lot of the story and learn a lot of the stuff for Gabriel and the alternate, you know. Again, it's pretty good. The art's good. There's voice acting by Sir Patrick Stewart. I believe Jason Isaacs plays the main villain. So the Robert Carlyle is Gabriel. I mean, the cast is all-star cast. It's really, really good. But John Smith, the chat has gone quiet. There's a very long subtitle for Castlevania. Does it fit on? It does. They had to print it really tiny, but it does. I've not played any handheld Castlevania games, so the GBA ones look kind of cool. They are. And then again, the GBA one, this one right here, is one of the best Castlevania games. This game right here, Aria of Sorrow, is amazing. If you don't have them, again, I highly recommend it. The collections, the regular collection, the Castlevania collection, I think it's Castlevania Classic Collection, the Castlevania Advanced Collection, and the Castlevania Dominus Collection are worth the money. I think all of them together are less than $50 American. So I think the first one is $9, but you can often find it on sale for up to $4, for as low as $4 rather. The second one is normally $20. It usually will go on sale for anywhere, $15 is on sale, but sometimes it'll go down to $10. And then the Dominus Collection, which has not yet really gone on sale, I think is still only $15 to $20. I think it has gone on sale at the very launch for like $17. But let's say they're all full price. We're talking about literally $10, $20, $20. That's $50. Well worth it, because you get, in the first collection, you get Castlevania 1, 2, 3, 4, Kid Dracula, Bloodlines, or what am I saying? Yeah, Bloodlines. And the Japanese versions of all of those. And you get both Game Boy ones, right? And you get Kid Dracula. And then the second collection, the Advanced Collection, you get Aria of Sorrow, you get Circle of the Moon, you get Harmony of Dissonance, and you get Dracula X, I think, is the one you get on that one. And then the Dominus Collection, you get all 3 DS titles, and you get Haunted Castle, both the old and the remade. But how does one forget to be funny? Is it how of being funny? Is it the how of being funny a memory or a skill? What even is the skill of being funny? What is the philosophy behind this? It's a social philosophy, right? It'd be a social contract agreed upon. All right, so this is the last one, which is the Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2. This is where everybody's gonna, bite their nails about it. Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2 is, I think, a lot more unique than the first Castlevania, and I think it borrows a lot less. So Castlevania 1 is a good game if you like basically God of War cross Shadow of the Colossus. That is the majority of what Castlevania Lords of Shadow 1 is. And it does a good job of being those things, but it is basically those things. If you've played God of War, you've played the combat. If you've played Shadow of the Colossus, you've played some of the boss fights. Castlevania 2 is a little bit different. It does diverge from that with intent to be its own unique thing. And let's see. Omega, where are you at? What would he think of this? He would disagree. Colossus tier list. Rank all 16 of them. I should probably do that. That'd actually be really cool. Just being a bit weird. Well, I'm going to go lie down. Great. Oh, yeah, man. Go lie down. Get to feeling better. I know it's probably not something I can do immediately, but please do let me know if there's anything I can do for you. What was I going to say? Oh, this one is the contentious one. This is one that I absolutely know for a fact that he would disagree with me. I do believe that this game is better than this game. I don't believe it's a phenomenal game. Okay, I don't. I believe it's a good game, but I think that Castlevania 1 was too everything else. All right, I think it was trying too hard to be God of War. It was trying too hard to be Shadow of the Colossus. The music's fine, the story's good, but it was just trying too hard to be those things, and that's basically what it was. And it did really well at doing those, but it wasn't Castlevania. The second Castlevania game is a little bit more unique. They try some odd stuff with stealth and transformations, which didn't go over super well, but they tried something new. And they actually work okay. There's a specifically infamous part I remember. This game came out in, I think, 2013 or 2014, something like that. And I remember one of the gentlemen that was working for me, I was playing the game, he was playing the game, and he just hated this. And at the time, the game was getting rated 4s and such. And he was just so frustrated. He was just, I can't figure this out. And there's this Agrios, I think is his name, this goat demon character, this deity, demon, whatever. And you have to stealth by him, or otherwise he will come catch you and send you back to the beginning of this maze. And he was just so frustrated. It's 30 minutes, an hour, whatever. I got to that part. It took me 7 minutes. So I think it was just a matter of understanding how the game wanted you to try and play around with things. Does that mean if I go back and I play it, that I would do it in 7 minutes like I did before? Probably not. But I also don't think it would take me an hour. I feel like that I could still probably get this. You had to basically go through this maze, and then with a shadow dagger, you had to ring a bell to get him to pay attention to that, and then you had to turn into bats sometimes and stay off of the ground because it was all, leaves and stuff. I do think it's better. I don't think it's much better, but I do think it's better because I do think it tried to be something uniquely itself, and it did do that. And you get to play as Dracula, which was cool. The characters were cool. The side stories were cool. It was a lot of fun. It feels slightly more unique to me. Now, does that mean it doesn't still steal elements from other games like God of War? No, but it just felt a little bit more unique. So this is about what my tier list would look like. Actually, you know what? I think I would swap these two. This is about what my tier list would look like for Castlevania. I don't think it's a bad tier list. I think a lot of people will disagree with it, and I think that's perfectly okay, but I think it's an okay tier list. So I'm interested to know what people would think. Omega, if you see this after the fact, you decide you want to look at my tier list and you disagree with it, I'd love to hear what you change. Obviously, this is a tier list of, it's subjective. So, I'm not going to sit here and be like, I can't believe this. But I know for a fact he and I disagree very heavily on Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2. I believe he probably would put that game down here in the doesn't belong to this world. And if we're talking about, oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I'll go ahead and, I'll download this in a second. But yeah, I actually like the tier list. Oh, well, I'm glad. The Castlevania tier list is different to mine. You're lying, so that I can understand differing opinions on the internet. Yeah, it's this is an interesting tier list, I think. And again, Omega might disagree with it, and I'd love to hear his thoughts. Again, I know we disagree. I think he would put this down here. And again, if we're talking about how it goes in terms of the Castlevania storyline, like the Belmonts and stuff. Yes, these Castlevanias aren't even a part of that. They're not canon. This one either. They're not canon. They're not a part of the original canon. But I thought they were really cool. I thought they were really neat. And there's a specific scene at the very beginning of this, even where Dracula goes up against the holy soldiers, these like paladins, and one of them pulls a cross out and starts reciting prayers in Latin, and Dracula grabs the cross and starts reciting that same prayer in Latin more clearly and more quickly and clearly than the paladin is, and it causes this like holy explosion that can be seen from space. And then when you get back to Earth, it shows literally all of the holy warriors decimated, and Dracula's the only one standing with the warped and melted cross in his hand. Throws the cross to the side. He's like, look, I know your God's tricks more, as well as you do. I was his chosen one. I am his chosen one. You guys are nothing. And it was like, that kind of pays homage back to the historical figure, right? Which was Vlad Dracula Țepeș III, which was... He was a part of Ordo Draconis. That was a Christian organization, so the holy stuff doesn't really pan. Like, holy, if you're talking about Christian being holy, I'm not saying it is or isn't, but I'm saying if you were using that as in the stereotypical, like, Christian cross, the actual man, were he really a vampire, probably wouldn't be affected by that, right? He would, it's kind of why the Castlevania show explains it. It's like, oh no, it's just a large symmetrical geometry which confuses predatory vision. So I thought it was cool. I hope you guys like the tier list. I'm going to take a quick break, avail myself to the lavatory if nobody is opposed, and then I'll be back to play some Hat in Time, and we'll do some stuff there for a little bit, and then I'll probably hop off to spend the day. So permit me a moment. Let me see if I can remember my BRB button. I never can. Oh, but I did in this case, and I'm happy that I did. While I am on the BRB screen, we'll just download that image. Cool. We'll get out of this. Get out of the tier maker so we're not taking up additional... Get out of the tier maker so we're not taking up additional CPU space. And I'm going to bring my chat back down here so I can read it whilst playing the game, because otherwise I won't be able to. And I'm going to try to... I'll be right back. I'll try to be quick about it. right. You gotta love Castlevania music. That is Wood Carving Partita from Symphony of the Night. So, and I put a credit down there too. Anybody who is a fan of the music, please go listen to Castlevania music on YouTube or wherever else you feel comfortable or that it is most accessible for you to. Castlevania music is really good. Let's go ahead and fade it out though for now. Let's see if I can get the right button this time. Yeah. Seems like it. All right, when we last left off, you're 3 away from 200. What should the special occasion be? Talking a toaster? A philosophy lecture? I don't know if there is anybody out there who would ever want a philosophy lecture from me. I enjoy the subject, but as any great lecturer, a philosophy teacher, or student will tell you, is no matter what they do, no matter what their accolade is, they are eternally a student. Therefore, to be a teacher is kind of a contradiction on itself. But I'd be happy to do it anyway. I don't know if anybody would do it, but I would do it. I should remember that for my course. Well, you're going to speak with somebody. The person who's going to be teaching your philosophy classes may have a different philosophy. One of the greatest things that you can learn. This was a saying from another philosopher, but it was a great philosopher. Which is the greatest thing that I know is that I know nothing. And so you remain eternally a student of this because philosophy poses questions to the why. Everything else is to the what, and what is easily definable, but why is less easily definable. And I use the concept ethereal. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Yeah? The what is easy to define, right? So, for example, what is humanity? What is existence, right? Those are easy. Those are actually easy to define, right? Now, the existence one's a little less easy to define, but it is technically easy to define, right? I can technically tell you that existence is the ability to observe something with sentience, and then you go into, well, what is sentience? And then we can come up with basic definitions that we pretty well all agree upon. But why do we exist? That's a different story. Why is existence? Why is this the definition that we use for existence that we can agree upon? Those are the questions that are harder to answer. But I do enjoy it. Let me tap this button. There we go, so that way I can hear the game. Listen, don't obsess over words so much. Find the meaning behind the words and then decide. You can find your own name, your own future, and what you choose will be you. That's a fair statement. The idea is to understand. The entire purpose of philosophy is to pose the questions that are most difficult to answer, and then to understand the best approaches and why the best approaches they may be, to attempt to address these questions and apply the truths that remain relevant for you individually, whilst looking for a more universal truth. And if you get into philosophy, the one thing you need to be very cognizant of is the futility, right? This is not science. You aren't going in and asking a question and expecting a complete answer. You're going in expressly, knowing to find an answer, knowing that you probably won't, and that's okay. I do have that book I mentioned, Sophie's World, because the Secret Santa who gave me the history of philosophy also gave me a bookshelf gift card. Very nice. That's awesome. I hope you've enjoyed some of the books that have been sent your way. I hope if you've had the chance to take a look at the Star Wars and Philosophy, if you've had a chance to read the Introduction to Philosophy, any of those. I'm a huge advocate for that. I hope you've enjoyed what you've read of them. That's okay. Not a problem. Rock the boat. This seems like a mess. But yeah, a lot of the principles in that are... A lot of people try to kind of joke about it. In fact, 38C, should go swimming. Should I go swimming today or have a light? How does your chest feel? If your chest feels up to it, I say go swimming. Enjoy the temperatures. If your chest is not feeling well, I think that you should do well to rest it. You would do well to rest it. Yeah, I wouldn't exert yourself personally. If your chest feels poorly, I would try not to exert yourself. I love this little seal though. This little seal. I don't know what that egg is for, but I love this. Yes. Hold on, I'm gonna go back. I want him to say it again. I love all of these little seals, but I think this one's my favorite. One more time. I love it. I'm a simple man, what can I say? I've already spoken with all of you last week. There's the elevator. Hey, this is the pool. I went swimming not long ago with my friend. How did Hat in Time get this so right? Very, very cool if it was super close to the way that you actually had things going. Okay. Tables aren't slipping all over the place this time, huh?
Whoops! We forgot to secure the tables. They're sliding all over the place.
I noticed the voice actor sometimes forgot to replace she was replacing the L's with W's, and I can tell where she failed to do that sometimes, which is fine. I mean, like, I'm not criticizing her. It's just it would be all over the place, right? Not place. I have to wonder what it is exactly that what was going through her mind. She gave it a great voice, though. Especially the little one that says egg. Although it says egg, which a lot of people do, but... I was trying not to. Why this... Hold on, wait a minute. It's almost like they track your location. Which is why this stream is sponsored by a VPN. No, this stream is not sponsored. No, of course, yeah. I always wondered if ever I were to get sponsored, right? And I've said this before, and again, I'm not interested in that happening. I don't care. If it does happen, then wonderful. But if it doesn't, I'm not going for that. But if ever it were to get sponsored, I would not accept sponsorships that I didn't like, that I didn't use myself, right? That's why I said that before too. Everyone's, Raid Shadow Legends. Well, I haven't played Raid Shadow Legends, but if they reached out and said, hey, we'll sponsor you, I'd be like, all right, let me play your game first and see if I like it. Because if I don't like it, I'm not going to tell everybody else to go get it. You've all heard me prattle on about GOG. I don't get a dime from them, but I use their stuff all the time. I love their stuff, so yes, I'm going to promote that. I'm not going to promote, I do think a VPN is a good idea. I don't particularly care who you use. I definitely think VPNs are not bad ideas. Okay, okay. So I bet I'm going to need to go and look out of a telescope, because that's where the timepiece seems to be. Stream is brought to you by Squarespace. That's another thing. I've seen Squarespace before. It would be cool if I had there are things that I have. I don't want this to sound braggadocious, but there are things that I have an expertise and that I've practiced for a very long time that I would be very happy to teach people. I don't know if people would be interested in learning how to do the stuff that I can teach anyway. And philosophy is, again, one of those things that takes a good long while to even have a decent grasp on. I can't even lay claim to having a grasp on that, but it'd be nice. No, it's a Joan, not a joke. Come on. Okay, I'm thinking that I am supposed to go to the top. Probably to the top level, so... Because it looked like the captain was up there as well, so let's do that. Oh, it doesn't let me just continuous.
Yeah.
There we are. I think the captain was over on the side, though, wasn't he? Yeah, there he is. Okay, tell me something.
Do I not look busy to you, pup? Go play somewhere. Let an old captain relax. The SEALs can handle things for a minute. Hopefully they've learned not to mess with the steering wheel by now.
Okay, well that tells me exactly what I need to know. They may not have learned that, but I certainly have. They may have learned that, but I haven't. You have to go to the captain's area? Okay. I have to remember where that is. I'm fairly certain it's close to the kitchen, if I remember correctly. Oops. No, other way. Yeah, I believe it's close to the kitchen, so... I hit the Y button too late. Okay, so let's go back up. Let's go up this way to get those pawns. Whoops. We'll take the elevator. There's probably a quicker way to do this, but I don't have a great grasp on it. Okay, that's just locked now, I guess. There's a little path you can travel. It takes you right there. Oh. As I say, I can't remember. I'm trying to remember exactly. I seem to remember it being close to the kitchen, though. I also remember there's an outside door that has it, but... Hold on. Oh, that just randomly froze when I hit the fire there. I'll take this. It's probably... Oh yeah, it's up there. Oh, okay. I was just gonna go on the, because I was thinking for whatever reason that it was up on the. I could take the chandeliers more quickly. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm actually steering us now.
Hello? The captain has a message.
Hand me that microphone. We're headed straight for an iceberg. All hands on
Okay, I didn't actually pay attention to where we were supposed to have been. Like where the timepiece was, but... And then it now just shows... Okay, I was gonna say, where the heck? I like the little dancing ghost guy at the bottom, though. I like him. Probably so. Wouldn't that be the twist if we were on the Titanic? Okay, so we're actually on the iceberg. This is cool. Oh, I didn't accidentally hurt all. It looks like the whole ship is already frozen over, though.
It's all going down, pup. I never thought I'd see the day. We're making a voyage, too. Won't take more than a few minutes for all this to hit the seafloor, I think. Well, you might want to get to a lifeboat, pup. It'd be smart.
Okay, I'm in a lifeboat. Oh, but there are seals. The music on this is great, too. Very dramatic. Okay, the water is too cold. Got it. Do I have to pick them up and take them back to each of the lifeboats?
Thank you, miss.
I'll take one of those. How many can I carry at a time? Is this like the... Wait a minute. Okay, no, I take them all to the lifeboat. Okay, so I've got to do this... Oh, that sounded almost like Mario. I'm actually having trouble getting off of the... It's very, very difficult to actually move. There we go, okay. Okay, I should probably get back to the lifeboat before trying to rescue that one. There's some frame stutter there for some reason or another. Again, we are playing this on the Switch, so I guess that's to be expected. Okay, sorry, Seal. Couldn't figure out how to do that. The door's not gonna open for me? You gotta be kidding me, come on. Nope, it's fine, Seal. We got this. Maybe. Yeah. She's jacking Euros. Curious platformer physics, if I may be. Yeah, it's a little difficult to get the hang of because I can't quite tell. It's very disorientating because I can't quite tell what side is supposed to be what. So, like, trying to get this is a bad idea. Trying to get a foothold is very, very difficult because it's up isn't exactly up. All right, we're fine. We're fine, we're fine. Okay. Like, I can't quite tell. Okay, wait, was that... Did the door blow up? Is that what was supposed to have happened? I don't know what happened. Okay. You can see how this is disorientating, though, yes? I mean, like, this is... I couldn't even find my way around the ship the first time. Now it's like... Alright. So that's definitely not time for ice skating. The seals' hearts will go on if they can't get back to the lifeboat. I'm trying to figure it out. That'll get the frozen part of me woken up. But like, yeah, this is... I can't figure out how to get back. This little seal's adorable. The thing is, the seal should be fine. They're made for cold water. I'm not. Okay. Hold on. Let's try this. That was one of the biggest questions of Titanic, is how come they both couldn't fit? The door would have floated just fine with the both of them. Okay. Hold on, little seal. I'm trying to figure things out here. A lot of blowing up. A lot of that happening. Looks like we're gonna have to brave the electricity, I guess. You'd normally be safe, but I'm exposing you to much more dangerous circumstances. Whoa.
Ooh, where are we going?
Hopefully to safety, but I've got no guarantee. Okay. Hold on, I need that heart. Can I get that heart without getting shocked? Yes. That girl's pretty... You gotta give her credit. She's pretty agile for someone carrying 2 whole seals. Okay, that looks... Okay. Let's see if we can try... Okay, alright, I kind of know where we are. Again, this music is epic, but okay, this door opens. The layout is difficult. I'm in the water. I'm trying to get out of the water. There. Okay. This is the casino. Come on. Okay. Okay, this is... getting these 2 will be fine. I need hearts badly. Okay, and I'll put this one... There you go. Alright, little seals. I'm probably gonna die. Okay, there we go. That's it. Hold on, let me catch up. Something Leonardo DiCaprio, something The Great Gatsby. That's good peanut butter. We should put it on toast. Ooh. Jif is a good... I know the guy that made the thing says it's Jif. I still say GIF because Jif is a peanut butter to me. I'm sorry. I'm not really all that sorry, though. That's my answer. Okay, do we have any more heart... do we have any more hearts around here that I can... Yeah, we do. Whew. It's very, very difficult. Like, I know everything's sideways, but it's much, much more difficult to like, it's completely disorientating. Okay, now remember that the casino Whoops. Okay. Let's, I jumped over. Okay, this is dry though, so technically I'm okay. And then I can just gently... Nope, nope, no, no, nope. Okay, so I can kind of, not necessarily cheese the system a little bit, but I can. Because I have the power of that's the ground. Princess Zelda is married to the guy who wrote that book. Well, Zelda... That's F. Scott Fitzgerald, not Zelda... Yeah, Zelda Fitzgerald, okay. Do you like smooth or crunchy? Crunchy. If I can't... It can't peanut butter without peanuts in it. The action of peanut butter cannot be taken. I agree, I'm a crunchy person. I'm not a crunchy person, but I am someone who enjoys crunchy. There... Wait, what did I rescue? What the heck are you? Oh, it's one of the little... It's one of the conductor's kids. Gotcha. And it's like... I'm struggling with these four, and it's like, hey, you got 7 more lifeboats to fill. I'm like, no. That almost... Speaking of Castlevania, that almost sounds like... that little piece in there, that bum 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 bum... Almost sounds like Castlevania. Heart of Fire, specifically. Okay, no seals. Okay. Really? Okay, fine. We'll take that heart. And we'll let that ice come off. Ash, Retro, this is his ghost playing. Oh, 8 Retro, this is his ghost playing. I see what you're saying. Sixth Sense all over again. Yep, everything is... well, I don't want to spoil that. Even though that is a movie from... Uh-oh. You have to get to the surface quick. Golly. Really? I didn't mean for that to happen, any of that. Alright, warm up real quick. Okay, that's gonna help. It's very hard to judge some of these jumps. Case in point. Alright, well, this is going to make this a little bit of a white knuckler, isn't it? Good lord. Can I not make it back that way? Do I have to go through the other door? Let's do that. Let's go through this door. Okay, this door is the one that doesn't open. All right. This is very, very difficult to do. Let's see if we can... Ah, here we are. It would be nice to have at least one more heart around here. Would be really nice. Be really, really nice. That explosion. I don't know what to do. What do you call a three-humped camel? I have no idea. Okay, I have to try to do this without touching the electric water. Okay. Let's try this. This is definitely feeling a little precarious. Okay. All right. So now I'm sorry, I'm very focused on trying to do this correctly. This is, again, very disorientating. Oh. What? Okay, I was like, why is the door not opening this time? Okay. Very, very careful. Okay, I have to remember. There it is. That's okay, it's okay, it's okay. No, 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 no. Ah! We can stay over here. It's alright. Whew. You're just quoting a movie now? Truthpaste. Either of you seen Zootopia? I have not. Quoting the sloth scene. I could almost talk like a sloth this whole chat. You could, but would you want to? I don't think I will. Oh, come on. That's the part that gets startling. Okay. Is when she decides that she's gonna just jump into frigid water. And I'm like, I promise I didn't hit the button that many times, but there we are. Oh, okay. Thank goodness there was a checkpoint there. Oh, I do still have to rescue more. Dang. Okay, how many more do I have to rescue? Goodness. Oh, not wrong hat. Okay, could use this heart. I just have to stay out of the red cones here. Nothing too major. I don't know where the other, lifeboat is either, though. Okay, I have you. Now I have to... Okay, I can't go up there, I guess. Introduction to his films was My Neighbor Totoro. Oh, the Miyazaki films. Okay. This one. There we are. Okay, can I... Okay, I can't actually climb the the wall of the ship now, or the side, basically. So that might... I don't know if that's going to allow me to cheat a little bit, maybe? Come up here and get this guy. What the heck was that noise? Oh, it's him. Okay. I'm gonna get this coin, though. There we are. And now... Okay. Grave of the Fireflies fits that too. I read half of Howl's Moving Castle, the Howl's Moving Castle book. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I think I've said what I had said about the Miyazaki films, which was that I think the art style is nice, but I was never a fan of... Again, there was one where it's literally somebody was just... The whole purpose was this little girl or something was, I guess, complacent. And so a witch throws something, she's aged like 80 years, and I'm like, nah, I'm not listening to that. I don't want to look onto life with a ton of regrets that, you know, somebody else has and say, oh, well, what if that were me? And only because the probability is that in someday it could be. So I don't want that. Let's do this. I don't know if I'm going the right way, but it sounds like it's going to get me where I need to go. Oh, hey, he's helpful even in this. Like, maybe. I don't know how to get over there. I think that's too far. Hold on, let's see if I can climb higher real quick. Not that I can see, really. Yeah, no, not that I can really see. Alright. Yeah, there's no way I can jump that distance, though. I really got hooked on reading Ocarina of Time, got distracted by life. Happens when reading sometimes. It does. I'm not a great reader of manga. I'll try it. Nope. I couldn't get out of the water. It wouldn't let me jump. Oh well, I hadn't saved too terribly many, so it's not that big of a deal, but... Okay. Let's see. 1 second. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, I have to get the one... I don't have to go back and get the first ones again, but I do have to get the ones that I was doing secondly. I do have to get them again. Which is fine, because luckily those ones weren't terribly difficult. It was just that I was having trouble figuring out how to get to that other thing. Which I think I have the answer now.
Ouch!
I think I have the answer. Ooh. I think I have to go back the way I was going. I don't even know how I did that, but I'm okay with it. Whoa. There we are. Okay, I can kind of abuse the physics here. Okay. If I were so pedantic about British English, I would say, it's humor with a U. And there was even a red line under humor, indicating that that it had to be spelt without a U. Was it the same? I'm curious, Vidi. Was it the same person who was so? Was it the same person who was so much a zealot about their English that was also there we are. Okay, there we go. Same person? Really? I was curious as to if it were the same... If it were the same person or not, just because...
Whoa! You're like pretty strong, huh?
Okay. I was wondering if it was the same person because you'd said you'd gone through the headache and the rigmarole that you had to go through prior. Whoops. I'm sitting there going, well, really? I guess it's not so surprising, but there you go. Hold on, I'm just curious. Can I? Because that looks the color. No, it looked like the color, though, doesn't it? She has guns, yeah. I guess so. Check this out. Abuse the physics. Here I go. Ready? Hold on. Hold on. Let me get out of this. I can abuse the physics, I think, by doing this. Yeah. Okay. I figured this out. Okay. So it doesn't work if you cancel out, but it does work if I... Okay. So I gotta... Yeah. Okay, it's not letting me jump on that, which is a little bit of a... Yeah, it won't let me jump on that, though. I'll go around it, then. Have you guys read or watched his Dark Materials or Northern Lights? No, I haven't. Alright. I need to figure out where this last one is. I think he's got to be inside somewhere, but I'm not sure where. Yeah, that dash, I like the fact that I'm able to slightly abuse the physics, because otherwise that would be super tedious. Is the seal that I'm missing inside of that domed room? Do I have to go all the way back here and to go inside of that room? I can't... A little seal on the television there is adorable. I can't tell if I need to go all the way back or not. Have you heard of the fighting game Marvel vs. Capcom? Yes, I have. I have that game on Dreamcast and PS1, I believe. Physics. Yeah, so I don't know how to get inside of the thing to help this one. This one's in this dome somehow. Come on. I need you up. Okay, I think I found where we're supposed to go. I'm gonna need her to cool or warm up real quick before I try to jump. Very cool. There's some really cool modifications too that you can make on the Steam version of that.
God, be careful, lass! Mind me feathers.
It's only on the Steam version of that, but really, really cool. Okay, I'm glad that this was a little bit more straightforward than I thought it was going to be on that.
Don't wait up for me, pup. Get in a boat and scram. This is my dang ship, and I'll go down with it.
You're a walrus. You're made for this stuff.
Wait! Lass, where are you going? You want to save him? I'm not gonna hang around a sinking ship. If you don't make it back quick, we'll leave without you.
Okay, I guess we're gonna figure out how to get to him. No guarantees, but we'll try. What the heck happened? How did I end up back over here? I don't know how that happened, but something happened. Where? How do I get over to him? Yeah, there's no way. 30 seconds? I had 70, to be fair, and I ran for hearts instead. But I have a checkpoint, so we're okay. It's not going to be ridiculous, I think. It's not there. How the heck do I get to him? Okay, that little one's saying go that way some more. Okay. I can't tell how I would do I can't tell how I would do that. Dang. Let's see. That might be a game I have to play with the controller. Yeah, it's probably, I mean, it's probably geared for that. You turn on a computer, turn on a website called YouTube, then you click on the notification, your sub feed about the Retro Room, who is talking about philosophy now. Never mind, Castlevania tier list, I had in time. Phoenix Wright is a playable character. Yep.
This is my dang ship. And
To Phoenix Wright. That's what it was. Okay, how do I get to him? Oh, I see. I didn't even pay attention to that. I should have paid attention to that.
Lass, where are you going? You want to save him? I'm not gonna hang around a sinking ship. If you don't make it back quick, we'll leave without you.
Why? It'd be nice if I got some sort of immunity for the ice hat, for wearing the ice hat, but nope. Come on, there. Okay. Gotta figure out where he is. He looked like he was in the laundry room. Okay. Okay, come on. Come on, get out of here.
Where's the lass? The ship is sinking. We gotta get out of here.
Did I get... Oh, okay.
Come on. Get over here, lassie. We're leaving now.
Do I have to make the whole trek back? Oh, one of them capsized. What happened? A lot of these capsized.
Put me down, pup.
Okay. Let's, I can't seem to jump there. Okay, so now...
Let go of me. Leave me be, pup.
I don't know how to get back outside. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. The walrus... I'm stuck under the ice cap. Dang it. Why on the earth does the captain refer to you as pup? I had thought that it was because he was dealing with all of the little seals, and that those were... A little seal is called a seal pup. Yeah.
Wait! Lass, where are you going? You want to save him? I'm not gonna hang around a sinking ship. If you don't make it back quick, we'll leave without you.
Okay, at least I know where he is. Well, kind of. Give me that. I just needed one. Okay. Got him. Okay, so that wasn't as bad as last time.
The ship is...
But getting back was awful the last time.
Come on! Get over here, lad!
It's getting out that I always have trouble.
Put me down, pup.
Can we fit through this door together? Technically no, but yes. It's okay. He makes it much, much harder to judge.
Go on me. Leave me be, pup.
I can't move. I couldn't move. Good lord. Okay, so now we're here. Fine. We're doing alright. I understand where we are now.
So strong.
I don't know if we'll make it in time, but... Luckily the I was gonna say, luckily the captain doesn't,
Put me down.
Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Son of a gun, come on. Okay, 1 second. This is a little bit more tense than I had hoped. I'm having trouble moving. I don't think I'm gonna make it though. Nope. Oh, it was close. I was close. I get it, kind of. It's easy to get lost in us in chat. We still have to educate Retro and Pokemon. Yeah, definitely.
Wait! Lass, where are you going? You want to save him? I'm not gonna hang around a sinking ship. If you don't make...
I'm not even gonna hang around for you to finish this sentence. Although you're in a stable boat, I don't understand your logic for not hanging around a sinking ship that has no risk of capsizing on you, because you're well outside of the distance. Get out of there. Get out of there. There have been a couple of areas, like, some of this is obviously just not me doing it right, but some of this has been, like, it's just difficult for me to actually move. I've gotten stuck where I just couldn't move a couple of times. I'm like, that's unfair. That's fine. There we are. Okay, we know Captain is up here. Whoops. Come on. And sometimes it's just the physics of it get a little frustrating, like this. I'm gonna cheese the physics every single time if it's gonna try to cheese me. Okay, so then now we just... should be... Whoops. Okay.
Come on! Get on!
Okay, we'll skip. We know we have to go the other way. So, let me climb up here and grab a heart. I didn't think I needed that, but either way. We'll go through the vent. We'll lose at least 2 hearts there, because I can never judge my jump arc. I'll get used to it. Okay. I didn't get stuck here this time. We're good there. So that's good. We're going to go ahead and jump over here. I'm not going to waste time on getting the hearts. I probably need them, but I'm not going to waste the time on it. Ah, golly.
How are you so strong?
Okay, there we go. And somehow I keep doing that. I don't know how that works, but okay. Okay.
Put me down!
Come on. It's very difficult to maneuver with him because the camera cooperates as if he's a part of the scenery, not as if he's a part of you. Or at least it seems to be doing that. And then lifeboat 1, lifeboat 2, lifeboat 3. It's fine. I'm sorry. How do I get to that? He's on the other whole side of the thing. There are several playthroughs on YouTube where lawyers play Phoenix Wright. That's pretty cool.
This is my dang.
They say that Phoenix.
Go down.
They say call Phoenix Wright when you aren't guilty and Saul Goodman when you are. That's funny.
Lass, where are you going? You want to save him? I'm not gonna hang around a sinking ship. If you don't make it back quick, we'll leave without you.
Okay, I'm guessing that I've got to go the opposite path, maybe? Because that didn't take... I mean, it took me around the iceberg, but it didn't take me to where they were, and I don't see a piece of ice near them. I don't think I need the ice hat, but I keep changing back to it anyway. I'm not losing a lot of time from that. Come on, really? Not losing a lot of time from that any which way, though, so I'm not real worried about it. There we go.
Boss!
That's too fitty, that'll do.
We gotta get out of. Come on!
See, it wants me to go up and around. I don't know how in the world to get up that direction and around, though.
Put me down, pup.
Okay. Okay, in this. In here. Okay.
Let go of me. Leave me be, pup.
Okay, I only lost one heart that time, not because I got any better, but because I dashed. And then I lost another one, another 2.
How are you so strong?
Okay. Okay, the physics get wonky here, and I usually get stuck. Right here, I usually fall. I didn't fall that time, so that's good.
Put me down!
Hold on. I can't see. There we are. Okay, that's fine. Okay, come on. I can't tell. I mean, I'm following the pawns. Here we go. Oh, I see. Okay, I get it now. Oh, man. This is actually pretty tough. Some of it, I think, is just because I can't... like, when the captain's there, I can't see what I'm doing. Getting to him is tricky because of some of the physics.
Boss, where are you going? You want to save him? I'm not gonna hang around a sinking ship. If you don't make it back quick, we'll leave without you.
I've half a mind to push you off of the lifeboat when we're in there. Because you're the only reason I'm in a rush on this. Like, the boat is literally sinking slower than your impatience. There we go. Again, using that to cheese the physics has saved my bacon more than a few times. And then I know that if I... Sometimes getting her to grab onto stuff is a pain. Okay, I got it. Goodness.
Boss, the ship is sinking. Come on.
I had 1 second left on that, by the way. Let's try this again. Shine your shoes, wipe your... What? Duloc? I don't know if I'm getting the reference. Seen the first...
Put me down, pup.
Oh, Shrek's. I have seen 2, the first 2. That's all I've seen. 1 and 2. And I remember that I thought 2 was pretty good. I remember feeling like, but I don't remember. Again, I don't remember much about it. I saw it a bunch, but I don't remember much on it. Okay. Okay, come on. See, that's I always fall there. I don't know why. Okay. All right.
Put me down!
It's not like you couldn't just get up and leave if you didn't want to. I mean, if you wanted to. Like, I might be strong, but you're gigantic. There's absolutely no way that my hands are big enough to keep a hold of you. Following the pawns, it's up here. And then around this corner. And then now, there we go. Goodness sakes.
Oh, pup. Why wouldn't you just let me go down with my ship? I can't drown, but at least I could pretend for a bit.
Okay. Let's see. Shrek 2 is good. Yeah, I think Shrek 2 was great. Apparently Shrek 3 is really bad. I haven't seen that. I remember a few critics saying that they thought Mike Myers, the voice of Shrek, sounded tired in Shrek 3. Could have. They did like 5 of them, didn't they? I don't think the audience liked Shrek babies. Having not seen Shrek 4, I don't know how much screen time the babies take up in contrast. Kind of thought Shrek's infant children were cute.
Although, without me, this crew will never be able to get the lifeboats to shore. Fine. Crew, let's go home.
Thank you, miss.
Like, thanks, dudette. I totally didn't see this coming.
Aye, thank you, lass. The little ones haven't learned to swim yet.
Yeah, well, they're gonna have to, because I'm about to push you overboard.
Hopefully our insurance covers this. Anyway, I can't give out refunds, but it looks like there's something shiny on that iceberg over there. Huh. Funny how our ship crashed right next to it. It's all yours, pup.
All right, well, that's... Oh, it's not... Okay. I thought it was actually on the iceberg, but it's not. Okay, that was actually pretty... to be fair, the little ones are cute there. Very, very... Shrek 5 is happening, I think. Yeah, I think so, too. I think there were 1 or 2 short spin-offs and short films. I didn't know about that. Magenta? Magenta is somebody who is one of my Switch friends playing online. Okay, so I think that's the, whoops. I think that's the whole of the Arctic, done. No. She's playing online. There's a time rift detected. Yeah, that definitely was a difficult, Oh, okay. Well, I think I know where that is. I'll go grab that real quick, and then I'll see if I can do a. I'll take a look at one or two death wishes, depending on the difficulty and length of time. Would you want to be friends with Retro on Switch? Yes. We're supposed to be Switch friends, Viddy. Maybe you thought Switch 2 you could have voice chat with this magenta person. Well, I can tell you, I can tell you right off of the bat, I talk with this magenta person very, very frequently. I probably should have gone to the other one, right?
But we
Yeah, we were supposed to. Yeah, I would love to be able to exchange friend codes. We were supposed to so we could play Mario Kart on occasion. Whenever it was possible. But I don't think it ended up working out that way. That's better. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. That's what I intended.
Welcome aboard.
Attention, this is your captain speaking. Is this thing turned on?
Pretty sure the time rift is just in one of these
All passengers,
rooms
please
down
check in
here.
the lobby desk. I'll be on board shortly.
Let's see if I can see which one. I don't see a time rift, but I think this is where it's supposed to be. Hold on. Let me see if I can go all the way down here, and then I'll climb back up and see if I can see it. I'd like to play Mario Kart. Yeah, that'd be fun. Which Fighting Max on Retro's Discord are you? Okay. Everybody's exchanging. Yeah, I think it'd be fun to play Mario Kart. Okay, I don't see a timepiece, or a time rift here, rather. Well, let's try that again.
Hello, miss. We hope you like the ship.
Okay, but there's a time rift on this. There's supposed to be a time rift on this ship, I think. I don't see it, though. Oh, I see it. That's what I was looking for. I'll send you my friend. Yes, please do. Yeah, I think we were supposed to have originally traded so that we could play Mario Kart and such together, but it didn't end up. We didn't end up something didn't happen. It didn't work out. That's why we didn't have it happen, I guess. Okay, what? Fine. I don't know if that's what I was supposed to do, but that's what I'm doing. Well, that didn't it. Okay. I see. No! No! It was the worst of times. Oops. I had even forgotten completely about the slide mechanic, even though that's technically what I was using to cheat the gravity system. I had forgotten about that, so this is kind of a neat way to refresh. Yes. Okay, I think that I heard a Y up there. Yep. Okay, it sounds like the time rift is just above me, or not the time rift, the I gotta. I need some hearts. Let's see if I can do it like this. Okay. Now I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. Let's see. I see now. Okay, this looks dangerous for me to only have one heart. It is. It was indeed dangerous. A low battery, a friend of retros. Nope, it just my controller dying. Okay, so I'm starting here. Okay, that's not too bad. But I might run out of battery before I can even do a death wish. That would be a shame. I'd like to at least do one death wish, if I could. Let's try this. Oh well. We'll damage boost it. I thought I could slide upward better than that, but I guess not. Okay, let's take a peek at what this is. That part is actually very tough. I don't think I can damage boost it this time. So that means I could use the sprint hat. It's the only thing I can think of. Oh, it almost gets me there. It almost got me there. I'll try it one more time. I can say the same joke 3 times. Let's see. I tried to 3... I see. I could make another Sephiroth reference if I wanted to, but I'd never be a member of my... I can only say 3 before it's not funny anymore. Rules of 3. Oops. Oh, I missed anyway. That's fine. That'll give me one more heart nut. I think I can use the sprint hat in tandem with a slide. Just barely. I don't think that was what I was supposed to do, but it worked out. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this, I think. Oh no! I hit the wrong trigger. All the way down there and I hit the wrong bleeding trigger. Ah, I did that one on purpose. There we go. Let's see if I can tidy this up a little bit. Okay, I think I'm supposed to be sliding. I'm pretty sure I am. Why? It's the little arbitrary things that are so frustrating. Like the little, like why that thing decided it was just going to randomly move away from me. Ah, shoot. That's okay. All right, let's see if we can... I'm going to try this once more. There we go. Well, this is a terrible circumstance. Let's see. That platform moved away from you because of some arbitrary rules about jumping or slide. You'll never see it coming. Hence our Persona reference. You'll see my references are too fast for the eyes. Let's just try this. This is an unenviable position to be put in. Because we haven't hit a checkpoint at the end of that, so now we're still not there, you know? I hope this is a checkpoint. See, this takes us back the whole way. This better not be like the ride the snake thing. I'll be very upset. Okay, I know Bennett Foddy. I know what you're up to. So... Could those moving platforms be your last surprise? Good lord, they were. Hat flare? Nah, I don't like that one very much. A new color? That's a nice color. Do I risk it for something else? I like the color I have a lot. I got the same hat flare. Whatever. I'll take that, I guess. I guess that's okay. I kind of think the dino hat's better. Imagine if Bennett Foddy... That last one felt like it. Retro's coming for you. Hat in timey, so fast, so fine. Goodness. I'm gonna try one death wish. I gotta be quick because I'm running well over what I was anticipating running. And here it's near 6 p.m., which is... I've gotta be ready, be there and ready for some supper. So, I will try one death wish, which I believe is not done this way. I believe is done this way. So I'm going to try this one. It's much hotter than usual. Cool yourself off. It looks like we're back in Mafia Town, which I think we might be. Alright, well, I'm going to say I'll give it a try, if I can. But no guarantees to pass. I'm just going to give it a few tries, see what happens.
Look at mess. This is terrible. Someone turn on all faucets in Mafia Town. Was it you, child? No? Mafia think he saw a little girl turn on all faucets. Little hat kid, can you save Mafia Town if you close all? Maybe.
Okay, so I have to turn the faucet, which I've did before, and I remember there being some questions as to what the actual control scheme was to turn the faucets off. So. Why? That's what I was trying to do, and it automatically zooms in and was like... It automatically zoomed in and was like, nope. Need you to grab this thing over here, will ya?
I'm sure there's someone here who can pull you off.
Okay. Oh, does that really just throw me back? That's not where I wanted to go. Oh, I was able to run up the wall of the lava. There's no way I can't get there. That's an interesting death screen. Low batteries, yeah, I was gonna say. When I said 38 Celsius, it didn't specify lava. The first one is manageable, but the later ones get hard. Might not be a problem. Let's see, I don't know if something lose your death wish progress. I think, let's see, but there's something that can make you lose your death wish progress, and I think it might not, might be because of not logging in often enough.
Someone turned. Was it you, little hat kid? If you grew.
If this is all lava, I would imagine that this water is probably not very cool either. Whoops. Alright, fine. We'll go down here. Okay, so you basically have the edges of the screen are showing me when I'm getting too hot. And I have to jump into the water before that gets the better of me, as well as turning these off. But they do not scale. So the more of these that I turn off doesn't necessarily mean the less frequently I'll have to jump in water. Okay. Whoops. Come on. Okay. Let's see if I can find a pool. You can see the edge of the screen is kind of getting... They're kind of getting warm.
I can smell something burning. And it isn't my forest.
Okay. Let's see. Whoops. The thing that I have a little bit of trouble with on this game, and it's one of the critiques that I have for this game as well as Banjo-Kazooie, is this game has what I consider to be a lot of near jump physics, which is the idea that the jump isn't really made to be jumped on in that way, but that's just the way you're doing it. Like, the way these are shaped, for example. I feel like maybe I'm getting to them the way I'm supposed to. Maybe there wasn't really a good clear-cut path designed for the way I was supposed to get onto them. And Banjo-Tooie, I said Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie has that a lot too. Banjo-Kazooie doesn't really have that a lot, but Banjo-Tooie does have that. Witchy World is the best example I can think of that has a lot of that. I don't know, does this take me near one? Nope. How does that work if I turn into literal ice to do that move? How does that not work? How does that not cool me down a little bit? Why does this water not count as water? Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can find... That's fine. I'm looking for the water. She is from space, I get it. Coming from somebody who has lived in deserts for a minute, it's probably not that bad. Let's grab that. Let's grab that. Yeah, you can see even though I've done all of it. There's... Okay, there we go. Even though I've done not all of it, I've got... What, that one more? Is that the last? That's that big one I probably failed on last time, too. So I gotta be careful. Let's see. I've not actually heard of Legal, though an OnlyFan for them. Wait, what? I tried to sub to someone's OnlyFan and it didn't cool me down like it usually does. What a ripoff! Speaking of, did you know the Law Channel Legal has an OnlyFans that don't... Okay, so here's the thing about that really quickly. OnlyFans doesn't have to be strictly for adult content, or it does to an extent, I'm sure, but pornographic content. Case in point, one of my favorite cases in point, especially, there we are, is Linus Tech Tips. They did something where they made an announcement that they were going to launch an OnlyFans, and I do have one more. And the OnlyFans was uncovered computers. It wasn't anything dirty. It was literally just computers and the insides. I got cooled down by proxy on that. Okay. And that's fine. I think that's perfectly okay. I mean, if you're an adult, it's fine to do... You do whatever you want to do. That's not my business. But as a side note... it doesn't always have to be what people think it is, or has to be. See, like, this doesn't feel... That doesn't feel right. That jump doesn't feel right. I'm gonna hop on another stream. Good luck with the Death Wishers. Thank you. Cheers, talking to you. Limbo has interesting jump physics. Okay. So. I didn't see what it said I was supposed to do.
This is like, what, the first contract?
Okay, I didn't even see what I was supposed to do. Oh, I guess there's a cannon or something up there? Let's see.
You did it! Small child saved Mafia Town!
Nice.
Now Mafia no longer need to eat lava for breakfast. Amazing! Please, take this as trophy. You are truly the hero of Mafia Town!
And I get an ethereal dark timepiece, which I have no idea what it does. Definitely trickier. It must be something so seductive about law. Let's see. Limbo has an interesting jump physics that are sort of meant to be realistic. Banjo-Tooie has grip grab, which I kind of wish Kazooie had, but that game is designed well enough without it. That's true. There are just jumps that feel like they're not supposed to be jumps. Banjo-Kazooie, I think, nailed it. Every jump feels like it's supposed to be a jump. This game, jumps kind of feel a little wonky sometimes. So that was the first Death Wish, and that was the finale. So very interestingly done. And that unlocks all of these. I can do Snatcher's hit list. I can do whatever that is. Whatever this is. There are 3 timepieces in the Beat the Heat alone. So, very, very cool. 111 of these. I've done one, so it's 110 to go. I think I am going to call that as a good. So I guess they just used OnlyFans content as in terms of subscription fees, making money if people were interested in the content. Exactly. That's the that was the idea, but I am going to switch over here now. And I'm going to say, put some music there. Excuse me. There we go. I'm going to say thank you very much for showing up, for talking with me. Thank you to Viddy, to Fighting Max, to Ash, to Bogus. Viddy, you and Ash, I hope your chest pains are rapidly remedied and in the best possible fashion, the most complete possible fashion. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I am traveling this week, but I am going to be putting a poll up at some point in time this next week on a couple of games that I was thinking about playing on the channel, some of which have been suggested by people here, some of which are not, and I'll be intermittently peppering in the Death Wishes. So it won't be, Death Wish, trying to pound out 110 of them. It's going to be, hey, here's another game we're going to start playing. There are 5-6 choices. And then what do you... Great, the sloth talked in the chat again. What do you guys want to see? What do you think would be fun to see? I've got a couple of retro games in mind. I've got a couple of new games that were suggested to me, so I'll just try to make a neat little list of that. But I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend, wonderful rest of your day. Viddy, have a wonderful Monday. And I'm going to let you all go. Thank you so much for being here. We'll see you next time.